Call this meeting to order. Griggs County Commission at 1 o'clock.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hey, roll call. John.
Here.
Dale.
Here.
Ron. Here. John. Here. Troy's here. Any additions or corrections to the agenda?
Staple it.
Clamps.
Before I bring one.
Anything on the agenda you see needs to be added or corrected?
The only thing is that century code regarding the social services building. I didn't have that added, and Jamie had sent that to me.
Did you guys see this?
No.
Right in front of you there.
So this should be added to the agenda?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'll move to approve the agenda with the addition of this item.
Social services building.
Yeah. Okay. Is there a second? Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay. July 21st meeting minutes.
Yeah, there's just a minor grammar thing here, Samantha, that towards the bottom, it says the commissioner would like Auditor Larson talk to road. It should say to talk to road.
Which page?
You're
Sorry.
on page 3, or
Three?
on page 3,
Talk to. Okay. Yep.
to talk to road. That's the only thing that I saw.
Thank you.
I'll move to approve the minutes as presented and dispense with the reading.
Been moved by Sean to approve the minutes as presented and dispense with the reading. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. The bills.
I had a question on, I talked to Troy on the back, but the fourth one down, it says for regional corrections, we were gonna pay them $91.65, which is a lot. And it only leaves us $300 in that account. And I know Jamie talks about the cancer treatments for that fellow. And is that what we're starting to pay?
It doesn't look like it.
Is that right?
January prison boarding. We only get billed for this twice a year or something?
I don't know.
I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I don't know. It should be-
January prison boarding. S. Bear, 325. Desrossier, 260. A. Helen, 325. D. Odegaard, 845. Simonowski, 1300. K. Walker, 260. February, S. Bear, 1625. A. Helen, 1300. Skidjoitin,
What, did they go-
65.
oh,
March, A. Helen, 1495. Skidjoitin or whatever, I don't know how you say that, 585. April, M. Lendy, $130. M. Lendy, $130.
So was that January through June?
May, D. Kraus, 65. June, D. Kraus, 65. A. Jones, 325. And K. Watts, 65. So yeah, that's January through June.
Okay, we're just gonna, obviously, run out of money.
Huh?
Well, we've only got that bill was 9,000, we only got 300 of that.
Right, we're gonna have to quit putting people up down there.
Yeah. Probably, right. So we'll have to take that into account, I guess, for budgeting too. 15,000 isn't enough.
See, there's one for Marco. Weren't we done with Marco? For copy.
That's for the M files.
Oh.
Yep, we have a M files like software or whatever, and it was 1,800 this month or for the year, and I got it down to this for this year by only allowing one user in at a time, and then Travis is going to be looking into a new system for us.
Like we have anybody in the Barnes County Jail.
What's that?
I say it doesn't look like we have anybody in Barnes County Jail at the moment.
How can you tell?
You can look at who's on Barnes County's website, look at who's there
Oh, yeah.
and who's there, who put them there.
Okay.
Really?
No.
Our website's not that useful.
Not by a long shot.
A guest list. I'd move to approve the bills as presented.
Been moved by Sean to approve the bills as presented. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. John?
Aye.
Dale?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
Troy votes aye. Motion carried. Office reports. Should probably take UCC filings off the recorder. I can't do that anymore anyway. You gonna put those on our ear or what?
You can put that on your budget report.
Okay. Oh, excuse me.
So when you get to it, we got the right information. We don't have any.
I move to accept the monthly office report.
Moved by Dale to accept the monthly office reports. Is there a second to the motion? By Sean, I'm sorry.
We need all this information.
Seconded by Dale.
So
Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Any further discussion?
I've been sending this to him and he's.
Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
No use.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Wayne,
We're just looking at the bills that were paid as far as the graveling and stuff, and I think there might have been one there for WMD's Catania
yep,
Yep, there was
the
one.
last week.
yep.
Saw it somewhere.
We saw Gilbertson's, we didn't see one for the comments, just wanted to make sure. It's a good name.
I saw it somewhere.
It's in there.
Okay.
Okay, I guess I could.
The Pontiac, we paid them $355, $352.21.
That sounds,
That's good. The other day we were graveling on that county road, goes up past Greg Donald's, and Mrs. Dahl was sitting out by the road there. And she said there was a hole by the bridge. So, went and looked at it, I got some pictures there of the bridge. We did dig it out the best we could, and we put fabric down in there, and then we filled it with gravel. I was just thinking it's just kind of a temporary fix, and maybe we should put it on our agenda for next year for that money that we have left over. We can use federal money for part of the bridge, as well as the bridge funds. And we can put it on the, this fall when we get October.
Yep.
When we meet with DOT, if we want to, we can put it back on the agenda and bring it back closer to the bid, so it could be done next summer probably. Replace the box culverts we talked about. I have to get Gilbertson to haul some rock over there, and then somehow we gotta get it pushed in underneath there to keep the scouring so it doesn't keep working away in the bottom of the bridge there.
Those ropes or cables going back.
This cables, they're going dead and they're buried in every post. They're buried in the middle of the road. Top of the road just had that hole like this big on the top. But, like 2.5 feet. But it went way down and just all the way across the road underneath. Over time, the stream has kind of shifted over to the north, so when it comes around the bend, it keeps working on that north abutment there.
It kind of looks like some rock has been washed out of there.
Yeah. There's so much, we did have riprap up against that side there too. But there used to be a lot of force through there when get big rains to the east, because the drain comes quite a ways from the east there. On top of the old fact, there's probably more than one that comes together into that creek there. I think right now we have, it's temporarily fixed, but it's not a permanent one.
Trying to think what runs in there. Is that old Broad Coulee run in there?
I think I saw once that there's a drain that even runs along the blacktop going to Finley there that comes along and then it cuts across and goes.
Well, Sean's pasture drains across the highway and goes through here. And the coulee that comes, that county line road that washes out once in a while, that comes through there. And then I think that Broad Coulee, a mile north, all comes in there too.
Drains a lot of water.
It has to. There's nowhere else for that to cross the road. Because it comes all the way from over in Steele County, kind of by John Carlson's, right?
So there's a lot of water comes through there. I mean, if you got like
Well, and it's
7-inch rain,
it's not such a huge area acre-wise, but there's so much drop when it does get to those creeks.
Comes fast.
Comes through my pastures there, it's moving. Not my pastures, but Kenny Munson's and Everett's and Clifford Anderson's and Gladys's and Sean's and comes off all that Nelson
All
farm.
that Nelson land on the south side goes that way.
Well, the north side does too, because it goes through Clifford's and meets up with it on the other side of the hill.
All that stuff, Mike Peterson farms and all that.
I told Jake about it, and he talked to Brian Fuchs from North Dakota DOT. He said that would be the process. I think we had put the other bridge ahead of this one, the Decker Bridge, in our list. I think the list is there, projects. We thought it would be possible to get on the agenda for maybe for 2018.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with the bridge, is there? I mean, it needs. Did you put clay in that hole, or what did you put in there?
I think the main thing is to try to protect the bottom, but I think 20
Right.
years ago, we didn't have all that water draining through there as fast as
Well, it's
a lot of
rained
the,
since '93. It rains twice as much as it did
a
before
lot
that.
of the drains have been cleaned, so it does speed up a little bit. That would be your decision, I guess, whether,
Yeah.
And then we've been trying to get these gravel projects finished, the haul road inspections, so
Are they done with that Red Willow Road?
they might have finished Friday, but then it rained and stuff, so they didn't.
Oh, they're not
They're
done.
done.
I didn't see any trucks today.
They got a blade through the whole thing.
They're done hauling, but they're not done blading.
Oh, boy, they really made a jump across that road. Holy smokes! They got it nice now.
They cut it down, yeah, we were up there and that was bad. So we told them to cut that down right away.
I just about went airborne coming home from work that one day.
I'm glad they cut that down, at least they get working on it. But yeah, we're gonna go up and take a look at it right after the meeting here. But basically what's left is blading the Red Road, and then also they didn't have their haul road for the other projects, Highway 9, quite to what it was before. So we had more work for them to do on that.
That's Knife River.
It's Knife River from their pit north, and then it's the Pontiac from that exact same pit south.
Oh,
That's what we
okay.
had
I haven't
to
been
do.
south. Okay.
It was in pretty rough shape, so, yeah. Gilberson's job is completely done. I have a second half pay estimate and reimbursement request today for you guys.
Yep.
Pay estimate is $127,045.21, and reimbursement request is for the same amount. And there was shale deducts on this part of the project too. Deductions for the second half of the project were $9,448.90.
Motion to approve?
Yeah, I agree to approve the pay out and reimbursement request.
Been moved by Ron to approve the construction estimate and payment request. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Tom, I talked to Tom and a couple of the boys, and the testing, they had it independently tested, and there's a discrepancy between, not only between the independent test and your test, but there's also a discrepancy. The pile, you people, KLJ tested the pile, and that passed. Before they put the product on the road, it failed when they put the product on the road, but at the same time, you guys were taking the sample, they took the sample for independent test, and that passed. So what's the discrepancy?
We didn't test the shale. We never test shale on informational samples. We just test the gradation. So we didn't have a shale content before we started. That's normal practice.
So what's the discrepancy between the two tests out on the road?
That I can't say. I haven't seen testing results from the other firms. So,
Yeah, I mean, I just, I want to look at it.
do you know what it
But
was? What the difference was?
yeah, there's yours, where yours was 15% approximately, is that correct?
Yeah, they range from 11.5 to 15.
Okay, it was from the 6 to 9 range, I believe. But the pile, at least if I interpreted it correctly, and they explained it to me correctly, the pile was tested for shale. As it was put up, huh?
They tested
No,
it.
you guys did.
Oh, no, we didn't take any tests as they put it up.
No, that, don't know, I'll have to get the documents. He showed me and, as it was tested when it was put up. Maybe I misunderstood him, but he said that was you guys that tested it.
Unless he hired a different office to do it. We only test it when we're doing projects.
But anyway, the difference between the two tests out on the road, well, how do we account for that? I mean, it wasn't Gilbertson's testing, it was a reputable testing company. How does that, and I assume that what they told me was correct, the samples were taken at the same time. When you guys took a sample, they took a sample. I think Andy did it, with them.
Yeah, I wasn't out there when they did
Right.
that. I heard that they did it. This happens every once in a while. Contractors has failing gravel and then they want to test it. And how the contract reads, whatever we test, that's what we go by. I mean, I can tell you guys we don't do anything different or wrong. I don't know how these testing firms get lower numbers when we're getting higher numbers. Typically, we're the exact same as them. To be completely honest with you, this has happened, I think, 3 times since I've been working in the last 7 or 8 years. And I know the last time we looked into it, same type of deals in Devil's Lake. The shale was failing about the same amount, and we tested it, DOT tested it. Ours matched with DOT. The contractor had a private firm test it. Their numbers were like that, 6 to 9, way low. So,
Big testing company that do it, I mean.
No, and I
Bigger than the
understand that.
testing company you guys use, of course.
this was a Midwest, well,
Yeah.
they were Midwest then, now they're Caricon, same guys Tom uses.
Yeah, Terracon, that's right.
Yeah, I'd like to see the test, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I assume I'm not here to to challenge us. I told you, I'm telling you what happened, and I assume they're gonna challenge it, and I think they have every right to it. If we can't account for the differences in the testing, which testing is right?
I can show you, I took some pictures while we were doing the shale test, because I expected something to come up.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you guys know how it's done, but the gradations are completed. We save the top half, bottom half, and then you float it in zinc chloride chemical. Shale floats in zinc chloride, rocks sink. And I have pictures of our buckets, and it's solid rock on the top of the bucket. I mean, we do this every year, all summer long. It was definitely very high in shale, all of our tests.
I can't argue against that. All I know is Terracon came up with different results, and unless we can explain the differences, why it happened, how do you know which one is correct?
Well, the other thing is we have all the samples still, so if Tom wants to pay to have them all tested, I guess we can do that.
Yeah, and he already, he told me they took the samples at the same time they're taking them from the same place, bagged them at the same time. So that's all for future. I'm sure there's going to be when it's all done, some kind of discussion about that.
Yeah, and that was expected because it's deducts. I mean, I think it's about $32,000 of deducts on the whole project, which is substantial.
Yeah.
We don't see that every day.
No.
But you can just look at the gravel on the road and see the shale.
I know, but we have to go by what the actual results are, and
It was before.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and I guess just so you guys know, I have no problem standing behind ours testing the results. I'm very confident in our testers, so don't worry about for the county's sake if something comes up. So.
well, I mean, unless you can determine if there's a fault with either one of them, then you just have to shrug your shoulders and say the testing isn't that accurate. I mean, you can't say, okay, this one's at fault and this one isn't, unless we can determine there was some fault in the procedure. So maybe the variance in the testing is the 6 or 7%. Maybe that's just common that you have that much variance. I don't know. That's how you would interpret this.
Yeah, and there's not. That's a pretty cut and dry test. Very simple test.
Well,
It might be how it's collected, like if you collect out of a truck dump of grain, if you take it out of the corner of the center, you get different results from the same load.
They collected these at the same time, same place, I assume.
And I'm not sure how they would have been sampled for Tom's stuff. I know ours are taken out of the middle of the windrow because typically you get segregation on the outside of the pile. So to get an accurate sample, we take it out of the middle of the windrow.
Well, again,
And I know one time he gave me samples before, they were way different. This is something last year, and I asked him how he took the samples, and it was quite different than the way we did it. So that definitely could have been something as well.
Yeah.
But that's why, I mean, if he really wants to, we have the same samples we tested all at the office still.
Okay.
So.
Is there any more discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Dirt. Dirt.
Not very much, Kurt.
About
Where am I supposed to get it? What am I supposed to pay? What do you want to pay? Who's going to pay for it?
I drove over and looked at that pile. Is that where you got this stuff?
I think this is some stuff they took from the school, but
Oh,
just took
school.
the track up.
Oh,
And there was some gravel and little asphalt, I think, maybe in there.
that's what it looks like.
And so, well, that truck, the blower turbo blew up on it, so it took a while to get it dumped. So we dumped it in there and then we covered it with dirt. We don't have a very big mile of dirt there. It's going to take quite a few cubic yards, I think, to get it slope away nice. You know.
Yeah.
I went over and looked at Ruins.
Did you?
I don't know what he
doesn't mean anything until we have revenue.
I don't know.
Brian says it's kind of scraped up off of a field or something and mixed in with some rotten iron or something. To me, it looked black. But
I mean, is it decent looking or?
it looked black. I mean, I don't know what he wants for it. I never did talk to him. I didn't know if we could put some filler in there of some gravel and then put on, say, 4 inches of black dirt over the top. If that
Right, well, what's that pile of black stuff you got over in the county lot? I drove in there and looked at
Yeah,
that one day.
There's a black little pile that came from here.
It's not so
And then
little,
the
though,
city's
is it?
got a pile north of us.
Oh, well, maybe I was looking at their pile.
They've got a
Well,
bunch
take
of different
theirs.
piles of stuff. Huh?
Take theirs, it was bigger.
Come from here, I think so. Is that an order? You know, and
I guess I didn't know what I was looking at.
you know, when we talked, you said maybe John had some.
Yeah, there's some out at Jesse Farm.
Is that manure or is it
It
dirt?
was, but it's been piled there for 10 years. It's,
It gets pretty silty though, and it gets kind of
yeah.
strong.
Sometimes when you get into those old manure piles, you get the stuff that didn't break down too. If it didn't have any air, you almost have to roll that stuff to get it to go rot.
Yeah, unless somebody has some property that we can go in there and push up a pile or something. Some rich black river dirt.
Yeah.
Well, we gotta find something to put in there for now.
Yeah. But I thought even just gravel, and if we didn't, put it up right to
Right.
the top so we can get it underneath
Pack it real good.
the edge of their packet kind of, and then,
Leave room for 6 inches of black dirt.
yeah.
Then we can talk to Zeke. It can't be that expensive. At least it's handy.
Very handy. But it's gonna take, I haven't measured or anything to see how much it'll take, but it's gonna take quite a few.
I don't know where you get it from at my house. I really don't want you to dig a hole in my yard.
We can haul some gravel in there for now,
Okay.
plus what's there, and mix that together. And I thought, well, maybe we've got a pile of chips over there that we don't use. We were gonna use them for our Durapatcher, but they're round, so they just roll out of the, instead of sticking on the highway. So we had to get granite chips, which are flat.
Mhm.
So we've got a pile, and I thought we could probably mix some of that with some gravel and make some stuff that might pass the test. No. But then we need should have some clay in there too to make it stick.
Bind it up.
We'll work on it.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Good weekend, Lee.
What was that deal?
I got black dirt from Wade Club, and last year it came from Roden's over by Daisy, that was nice. They brought me the truck. I don't know if there's still stuff piled, but is that elevator?
Pin site? I need to make a phone call. Can we take a 10-minute recess?
Move, we take a 10-minute break.
Second.
Been moved by John, seconded by Ron. We take a 10-minute recess. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none? Proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Oh, meeting back to order. Okay. Next item on the agenda is Social Service Director Cronenberg's resignation, as you've all seen that. And see, I gotta apologize, I didn't talk to you, but after our social services meeting, when you announced that you were going to be leaving, I called a couple of our neighbors, knowing that we needed a director really fast. And that's why Nelson County is here, and I should let you know that. I called Steele County and Nelson County. Steele County wasn't interested. So, and Nelson County showed some interest, so I invited them to the meeting today. And I guess it is my preference that we find a way to work together with Nelson County and the rest of the board. We'll have to make that decision also.
Mary would be an asset.
So that's why Mary's here. And Bruce Ellerton is on his way. He's probably 10 minutes away, maybe less.
I can introduce Mary to everybody. This is Mary Langley, guys.
Mary is the Director of Social Services in Nelson County. I've worked with Mary quite a bit. Both in Nelson County, and we're both on the safe board for the beautiful little shelter up in Devil's Lake as well. So, I guess this is Mary, if you guys want to speak with her, if you have any questions, but, if we can work with a deal between the two counties, I think that Mary would be an asset to social services as well. She's really done a good job with Nelson County since she started.
And this is just my opinion. But when I look around the state, different, there's a lot of the other smaller counties have been trying to do stuff together. And when you look over to our neighbors to the west, Foster, Eddy, and Wells, they have a joint director, but they're still all separate. So that poor director gets to work for 3 boards. I think that's long-term not the correct way to do things. And then if you look further west of them, Mercer, McLean, Sheridan, and Oliver formed a district. So they have 1 board, 1 director, 1 organization, 1 boss, 1. I feel that's, in my head, the right thing to do. I don't know how to get from here to there. And since we have such a short time to work with right now, I feel that we're probably going to end up with, at least in the short term, 2 organizations with 1 director, hopefully. And I think from there we should move towards the district. And I know I called the state, I've talked to them several times, but they recommended that if we get to that point, that we talk to that director out in McLean, that fellow out there that, I can't remember his name. Steve. Because obviously he's been there, so.
And I should say, I think, we had a commission meeting yesterday in Nelson County, and we probably would be better to speak on this, but I think that the Nelson County Commission is also on board with doing something like this. Wasn't that long ago that we had something like this going on in the first place. And I think that
But they never finished it.
they never finished it, no. No, and I think finishing it is a big thing.
Because I think that's what broke down last time, was because there wasn't communication between the 2 boards, and 1 board did something the other board didn't know about, and all of a sudden everybody packs up their toys and goes home.
Well, and I think I think it's practical. I mean, my office, I work back and forth between the 2 counties, and there's a health nurse that works back and forth between the 2 counties, and I think it's a long-term solution. As long as I think it's a good thing to do. I think. And the counties, I guess, like we talked about in Nelson County, pairing up with a county with the approximate population size makes more sense too, because Griggs County would pair up with Barnes County, and Nelson County would pair up with Ramsey County or Grand Forks County.
You have different needs.
There's different needs, and I think being a smaller county, I think that they wouldn't get the services that are required.
Oh, I agree with you. How was it done last time? Anybody know?
I think they had it set up so that Nelson County paid for half of salary and benefits for the director at that time.
I think that's what happened. There's several different ways to approach it. I think, in talking with the commission and talking with Mary, I think maybe, to get this set up right away, maybe a 6-month trial run would probably be the best way to do it, or a 6-month contract, and then work towards something permanent if it's going to work out.
Well, yeah, because things have changed a lot too. Because now the state's funding it, right? So we're getting $309,000. Nelson County is getting $414. We're getting, am I right?
309 plus. 309.
You're getting
And we're getting 418.
418. Okay, I thought it was 414. Anyway, so I don't know how much we need to be involved with the budget process.
Well, the only, if there's gonna be that budget shortfall, which sucks, there's still an ability to throw some mills down and tax the county, which is, I know you're laughing, because I think the same thing, John.
Well, here's how,
Just because the legislature put that in the legislation, I don't know that, that doesn't obligate the counties to do that.
No, it doesn't.
no, the commissioners would have to agree to do that. But the way we did the budget this year, he set it up so that all we have to ask for is general assistance dollars for burial and medical, because that's in the Century Code. And then if we are able to keep our carryover like we've historically done, we wouldn't need to ask for any additional funds.
Right.
No, not necessarily. You use half of your carryover this year. So you, at the end of this year, you've used up half your carryover. So at the end of next year, you would have no carryover, and then you would be faced with a deficit.
Right.
But a budget shortfall is only a budget shortfall if the budget is bigger than the appropriation. It can be dealt with by trimming the budget.
Well, and
So,
that's why I think having a shared director would benefit.
I think that's one of the reasons we're sitting here talking about this.
yeah, but why not squeeze it all together? Everything. I mean, don't we save some personnel? Are the accounting services duplicated? Can we save some time, some there? I mean, do we need two full-time accounting bookkeeping people to handle the combination of it?
Right, it can go past just sharing a director, it can share other services as well, that would be.
I think there should just be one set of books.
Right.
That's where you can't get there until you form a district, but I'd like to get from here to there as quick as we can so that the department can operate within the state allotment. I mean, that'd be my goal anyway.
In listening to Steve Reiser at the directors meetings, he talks about his 4 counties that he has and how benefits have to be delivered in the county in which that person physically resides. So, one person can take in that information and send it to anybody else to be worked, which I think is, come a long ways from 10 years ago when we didn't have that capacity, where now we can scan it out and the workers can work it and send it back and be in contact with that client without that client having to jump around all over. So there's some ways that we can streamline and use some more efficiencies that way, absolutely.
Even on a part-time, even on a transition basis, as far as determining Griggs County's share and Nelson County's share, the state's already done that for us.
Right.
We can determine the percentages based on what the allocation was. So that's a pretty easy process there. Basically, Griggs County is 40% and Nelson County is 60%. I mean, that is how it works out.
The allocation is based on caseload, right?
Correct.
Right.
From 15.
Kind of skewed though. It was based on the amount of money allocated per each caseload, and then that was multiplied.
They were using
After the fact.
cost in 2015, took it times the actual caseload in 2016.
Right.
So, are they gonna run that formula every year, or how are they gonna do that?
The legislature will meet again in 19, there's supposed to be a study.
So it is what it is for 2 more years?
Yes.
Okay, that was my question.
Right. So in Steele County's case, I just off memory, it cost them. It was based on 15. It was really based on 14 because they froze 15's budgets to 14's values. Steele County, I think, $84 per caseload. Griggs County, $53. Then they went to 16 and just took that number times the caseload number to determine.
Right.
So
They get the same allocation we do, and they have half the caseload.
right.
But they also look at expenditures. They took the expenditures into account. And that's where, and it's, there's 50-some different counties and 50 different ways to do things. So they looked at the expenditures. Some counties pay full benefits, family, retirement, all health, family health insurance. Other counties don't pay that. So that's where, it all depends upon what your expenditures are, because that's a huge factor in this whole formula.
Well, I know, but it all still washes out.
Yeah.
But they
That's why it's-
punished efficiency and rewarded inefficiency in the way they did that. So if we would have been inefficient, if CEA would have had the cost per caseload up to $80, we would have got a whole bunch more money. So that the process isn't correct. Of course, it's a bureaucracy running the process, so it's never going to be correct. But
But that's
now-
why the state's doing what they're doing too,
Mhm.
in a way. Because the cost per case varied from $12 to $90.
Yep.
While the state's looking at that and saying, there's something wrong here. They might be onto something.
For once.
Salaries are lower and they don't pay benefits, so that's why their efficiencies are so much lower than the rest.
They must take it out of a different budget. Some of those counties, or something.
Well, I know the director at Rolette County that's looking at it saying, $11, come on, people, this isn't right. We're not that efficient, but their workers are at the absolute lowest pay scale, on the pay scale. They don't pay benefits, so that's how the numbers get so just.
Different.
Yeah.
So we should do that.
And high caseloads, yeah. So,
I'm just kidding.
I didn't hear what she said.
I'm sure there's a hearing for that.
I think it would be a wonderful idea. I think Mary would do great here with our staff and
So, what's the process for forming a district? I mean, it can't be that
Steve
complicated.
Reiser could walk her through that and what needs to happen. No
You
problem.
know, maybe that's
Probably
what,
have that information. If I was on the Eddie Foster Wells Social Service Board.
oh, are you?
So I'm already Eddie County resident. So I was on Eddie County Social Service Board, and then I was on the multi-county board. And Steve Reiser come out and talked to us about forming a district. And in 14, we were considering that until 15 come along, and the legislator said it would have been, it would have cost us more money to form a district at that point because of the way the formula was set up for 2206, the original 2206.
Okay,
And now we have a whole new 2206 in 17.
okay.
So they rewrote the whole bill. So
So
at
they
that,
probably are moving that direction still.
well, last I heard, Wells County was considering, branching off on its own.
Oh,
I don't know if that's still the case. but-
maybe we should do Foster, Eddie, Nelson, Griggs.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Be a lot for one
That's a
person.
lot. You know, and then we had talked about, that director, that's Eddie Foster Wells, that's got three boards, 3 budgets, 3 different things.
Yeah, I would
It's not
hate it.
just 3 boards, it's 4, because you have your each individual, and then you have your multi-county.
Oh,
So it's
there's
4
4
boards.
boards, oh boy.
So, yeah, so.
Who would even wanna do that?
Right.
I mean, if it was me, I wouldn't be too
But-
keen on it.
Yeah, but under the scenario now, the state simplifies it. Here's a lump sum, here's the dollars you have to work with, make that work.
No, but I mean having that many boards,
Well,
that's crazy.
Then you have a district board, so it would be 2 from here and 2 from there and a couple at large or something. I mean, all of this is workable and it can't,
That's the way it should be.
only, if this was 2 businesses trying to do this, it could be done next week. Why can't this move ahead just that fast? I mean, unless there's a legal hurdle to it, but I don't think there is. It's been done many times. There's gotta be a blueprint for this laying around somewhere.
Well, he'll help
Probably
us.
have that.
Yeah.
That's what I was getting to. I believe I have Steve's plan for the district
Yeah.
at home.
Okay.
believe
I mean, there's still hurdles. Is this board gonna go for it? Is the Nelson County Board gonna go for it? But it shouldn't be something that we just say, well, it's gonna take a long time and arbitrarily just keep putting it off and putting it off.
No, I think we should, and if I was a king, I'd hire her as a joint director and ask her to move us in that direction.
It'd be nice to do it this budget cycle. I think that
If it can be done that fast. I mean, but she can tell us that when she finds out the process.
And we never really talked about that commission meeting in Nelson County, and Bruce is here now, and Bruce Ellertson's over in the corner by Leslie's, one of the commissioners in Nelson County. How do you think the board would feel about creating something like the health district, a social service district between the 2 counties?
Well, what we talked to yesterday is if we would contract with you folks for Mary Services through Nelson County. That was one concept. And then maybe if there was some other shared services, social service work, or some of those programs, we would share services too, between the staff of the 2 counties.
Right. there's kind of two different directions you can go here, Bruce.
Mhm.
One is like you're saying. To me, that gets you part way down the trail, but doesn't really accomplish the goal. I'd liken that to Baker Electric and Tri-County Electric and Carrington merged, and they still have 2 headquarters buildings, and they really didn't finish the job. What we're talking about is to do something similar to what McLean, Oliver, Sheridan, and Mercer County did. Form a district, have one board governing that organization, then your director only has one person to answer to. It simplifies the hierarchy. The state has given us an allotment anyway. We know what the budget's gonna be. It's gonna be whatever it is. And to me, that's a more efficient organization, and it lets the director direct.
Yeah. Would you think of dissolving the county aspect of it so that we would combine the two?
That's what I would do.
The two pools?
Kind of like the Griggs Nelson Health District.
Yeah.
Same thing. So then any efficiencies that could be gained by combining the 2 personnel,
Right, right.
Because you got,
could be realized.
the social services runs a set of books. You'd only have to have one person doing that instead of 2. The director wouldn't have to look at 2 budgets and answer to 2 boards, or 3. And in the case of, she was saying when she was working over in Eddy County,
Yeah.
Eddy, Wells, Foster, they all had individual boards, plus there was a 4th board over the whole thing. Holy Toledo.
That's a lot of opinions.
Well, you have 4 sets of bosses that are giving you answer to in different directions.
Well, it's an
The
impossible.
director has nowhere to
I just short term, I think we should just hire you and pay half of her salary, or hire her and pay half of her salary, and let her do her the job, and move us in that direction, Bruce. That's what I feel. Now, the rest of the commissioners can.
What we
Speak for themselves.
discussed yesterday was that we need to kind of leave that decision up to Mary if she's willing to do it, wants to do it.
I see.
Wants to challenge, and we would support her rather than to dictate to her that this is what we're going to do. I mean, we would like to do it.
Wait, I'll take that chance, because I know what I'd do if I was her.
Yeah.
Well, like I spoke to it with our board yesterday was, I'm half-time director and half-time frontline worker.
Right.
So if I pick up another task, I can't complete one duty. So my frontline worker would have to, my HCBS caseload would have to be delegated. My CPS worker is, she does multiple things herself, and cannot pick up any more of that. So that would be one dilemma I would have, is what's gonna happen to my HCBS caseload. And I think I have, 16 clients at the moment. We have 12. So, I mean, that could be combined into one position. So,
Right, but I would hope that if you were the director of 2 little counties, it wouldn't double your director time.
right, right.
Because you're not gonna go to twice as many trainings and meetings and
Right.
whatever. I mean,
That don't-
and if we do eventually get to a district, you're not gonna do 2 budgets. You're not gonna have 2 accounting people to oversee, stuff like that. I would hope that there's efficiencies as we move forward. But right away, that isn't gonna happen.
Right.
Right,
Yeah.
and that's my thought.
Come on, so you and CS shared the same second job. So it seems fairly obvious, Griggs County would hire the person to fill in for whatever they couldn't do. We'd be sharing, we'd be using their director, they'd be using.
Our social worker.
Right. I mean, that would be the first step in order to get this going forward, I would think.
Well, again.
Yeah.
I would defer that
Yep.
to Mary if we turn her loose on this project.
Yeah.
Careful what you ask for.
But I mean, we're in a position where the monetary decisions have been taken out of both Nelson County and Griggs County's hands. So it's a pretty easy move forward. We don't have to argue about that. The state's already determined what services we need by the amount they're gonna pay us. We just structure the district according to the funds that are coming in. Seems fairly.
Well, if I could make as I'm sitting here trying to process and trying to, make everything align, my thought would be if we move forward, we would do the short-term contract until I could get in and figure things out, how things are, I know how everything runs at Nelson, I would have to figure out everything down here. And then, that would give me some time to figure out working on a district, which direction would be in the best interest of both counties.
Yeah.
Is the way that I see it.
Yeah, I think, I don't want it to take forever, but I understand that it's gonna take a little bit of time.
Well, yeah, that would actually work. I was thinking we had to have this done before the budget was completed, but really
Doesn't
we
matter.
don't. You could roll the budget into the
Budget's done.
district. You could roll the budget into the district after the fact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the budget would need to be
Yeah,
changed
you can just take the
somewhere.
money and roll it into the district, both
We
sides.
have it set up the way we were gonna, and now, she'll have to
Right.
fix it to what.
Make it work.
Right.
Because of the fact that the state is, in essence, trying to take this program over, if we did something like this, would we have to have the okay from somebody at the state level to
You
do
have to
so?
let them know, definitely.
We just have to notify the state that this is what we were doing, and this, they will guide us through the process of what we need, or what needs to be done next.
They are encouraging it,
Well, yeah.
from what the feeling I got. But on the other side of the coin, they referred me to Steve, the multi-county district director out in McLean County and those other counties. And Mary knows him and has been in contact with him, so I think we just let those two talk. And if both county commissions desire to move that direction,
Yeah.
then we can follow her lead.
Is it possible to make her like an acting director now, since I'm done Wednesday, and then go from there? So that somebody's in place to make those.
Did you guys take any action yesterday?
No, we didn't. We didn't. We agreed to come here and visit today, but nothing formal because we didn't know what the thoughts were here as far as if it would be a brand new district or if it would run as two
Well,
districts under one leadership.
Well, I think it has to be that way for a period of time until we get through the process, or until we get our head around it anyway.
It'd be beneficial for her to start as an acting director and start meeting with staff and getting things going.
Right.
Versus
The
having
only,
someone else do it.
I know. I just don't know if we can do that without her boss's blessing.
Well, why don't,
True.
is there any way possible that we could call a special meeting between both commissions sometime early next week?
Well, I would think so.
I mean, I think that would be the best way to do it,
That's
and
fine.
get it taken care of.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, it needs to happen. And I haven't talked to that many people on the Nelson County other than Maynard and Bruce, but I mean, it seems like everybody's on board kind of up there, right?
Well, I think we understand that we have to be thinking districts, and not just social service, but maybe in some other departments as well.
I think that, getting both commissions together and both social service boards together one day next week before maybe Wednesday, if everybody, if it can logistically happen, and see if they can come to an agreement.
Yeah.
Gives Mary a couple of days to think about what she wants on the situation, and you guys opportunity to talk and think.
Troy, you did make mention of maybe visiting with Steele County or something. Did anything materialize
They called me back. They don't have any interest.
Yeah.
So
You know, it would probably be easier to have.
and I wasn't surprised
No.
because they don't have much caseload over there. I don't know why Nelson and Griggs are. I mean, we're almost identical right now as far as caseload. It's got to be because of the medical centers. Because a lot of them are those medical ones. There's this, the Nelson County Health Systems and our nursing home hospital here, I think. And Steele County doesn't have any facilities. I don't think that's why they don't have very many cases.
Well, and their HCBS wasn't counted because it wasn't on the system, so their cases weren't counted because their county agreed to just provide that service without getting reimbursement, so those weren't
I
counted as
see.
cases as well.
Okay.
Once the district is formed, it wouldn't be a hard task to roll other counties
in.
into it. I mean, it would
If they
probably
so
almost be
chose.
easier that way if it, and
Right.
if
And
you
I
could
don't
show
know
the
if
efficiencies.
those guys did all four of those counties get started at the same time. They did. Huh?
He did them all at once.
Wow.
That would be harder, but,
That was some coordination.
or desperation.
Said he planned, but, yeah. And I do have his, like I said, I do have his plan,
Okay.
if I can dig it out in my archive somewhere, or I can email it to you.
Sure.
Well, maybe it'd be good to contact him and see if he can come out here for a meeting, or for that meeting.
Maybe on my phone.
Yeah, maybe on my phone.
Or do you have Ivan capacity in here?
We do, yeah, in the courtroom, don't we? That's the phone right there.
That
Yeah.
might be, if you can be on, if you can find a center to be on by Ivan, that would work too.
Okay. When do we want to do it?
Probably have to have them set it up first. We'll just have to accommodate Nelson County.
Okay.
You think we could figure something this afternoon yet, or do they need to maybe?
Yeah, I think we can get a hold of Sheila and she can get a hold of Maynard and see.
Mhm. If we set it out far enough from next week that everybody would know, kind of.
Yeah, Tuesday or
What your
Wednesday or
schedule
Thursday.
is.
Wednesdays,
See, it's done on Wednesday.
Okay.
would you be available to help with the transition
Yep.
if I were to reach out to you and?
Yep, I know the social service board has already, stated that it would be okay to hire me as an emergency temp position to come back and train her on things, and I can also help you.
Okay.
I think it sounds great.
Anything else?
Well, one major deal, of course, item would be salary. So we both need to bring our present salaries forward to see where we're at,
But again, pretty easy. We have percentages from each, so we could interpolate the salary to the caseload and
Mhm. Yeah,
pretty easy, I think.
yeah. Well, on that sheet I looked at the other day, our per caseload costs were similar enough that I think, we could use those numbers, don't you?
I think they were within $6, weren't they?
Yeah.
I can't remember for sure.
Then my question would be, see, maybe you might be able to help me with the state merit, adding on another county, would that change me from a county director 1 to a county director 2, which would, so
Increase
we
her salary.
we have to talk to the state to make sure that we're following that, and then they'll give us a range and blah, 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 blah. So I can contact the state HR or whatever HR and see what that would look like.
Yeah, we work together on that.
We can figure that out.
It'd
Okay.
be a matter of doing a job description for a county classification process, which we're familiar with, so.
The only other thing I see as rolling the budgets together would be the issue of the carryover from each county's budget. Are we gonna structure that so each county puts in the percentage of their carryover that coincides with their funding from the state? It wouldn't be right if Nelson County has $500,000 to roll into this and we only have $100,000. So that would have to be
Right.
That would
And
have to be looked at.
We're capped at that. I can't have more than 100,000 carryover.
Ours is the same.
So,
Okay.
so we're pretty equal there.
Okay.
How do we do that in the health service? Are we using
By mill levy.
yeah.
By, the by the percentages, by mill levy. The percentages is determined by mill levy. So,
Yeah.
yeah, that's how.
But once we approve her budget, we levy and that money's gone. It isn't, there's no carryover.
No.
No.
It's in her checkbook already.
Any carryover is then within the health district.
Yeah.
It's not at the county level.
So then it's just used to reduce the mill levy the next year.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the way this would be. But on the initial startup, you would want to make sure you put in percentage equal to the what the state had allocated.
Right.
Yep. Yep. None of it seems
Anybody
too.
else have any questions?
None of it seems too hard.
Do you folks have a vehicle?
Yes.
One. Van.
You're gonna research it, Jamie? Also?
Yeah, Mary and I can work
Okay.
together.
And you get Steve's presentation, emails, and I can email it to you, so you can start.
That district's
Oh, that's
Association of Counties Board.
What was he?
It's here, being part of that Association of Counties.
All right, thanks, guys.
Okay. Thank
You
you.
have to kiss his ring?
Thank you.
You have to kiss his ring?
No.
You're not staying, Bruce?
He's reading out all day yesterday.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you, Bruce.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
Sorry for the delay. I had Roger all back in the office. He was talking about you too. Matter of fact, he's looking for your address.
I think I'm probably gonna get some.
Okay. No, that one good.
I think she would like to do something. I know what I'd do if I had the choice between having one boss and three. That'd be a pretty easy choice. Are you next, Travis?
I think so.
All right.
Well, we finally got our little mistake of our email account. We were not paying for 2 years. I'm not sure if I explained it to you guys yet, but basically what happened during the transition from Google managing the account to a third party, we got dropped. It was still working, we just weren't paying it. So we're getting invoiced, we're getting paid for it. So we finally got that figured out. Onyx is a third party company that sells for Google for them. They got the back, what we owe from them. I was a little disappointed with them as far as, who was at fault for this. So what they did, they wouldn't not charge us for it. They wouldn't say, just forgive us for that. But I did get them to give in to 6 months free. What was happening, any new account, if you paid for 12 months, you would get 18 months for it if you're a new user. So they allowed us to get that activated on our account.
So this is a $10,000 a year deal, isn't it?
No, it's so the 2 years we're back is $4,640 that we do, and there's $2,000 left in the budget for that item right now. So we're over $2,640. So that's what I'm asking you guys for today. Is that has to be approved since it's above and beyond what that line item was then. So. Because we weren't paying it, I didn't see it in the budget because I guess wasn't involved that much, so it would just get carried over and didn't realize that we weren't actually getting billed for the service. So
And this is for our email account?
yes, for our email system.
It looks like for the overall Google account, or IT account, we budgeted 66,905, we spent 40,000, or 61%. so far this year?
Oh, yeah, I guess the line item I have for just Google itself, there's 2,000 left in it.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure, like, you know, if we take it from another line item or if it has to come out
Yeah, I was
someplace else, I
looking if
guess.
there was enough of the other line items.
Yeah, I mean, well, hopefully you don't have to take it out of someplace else. We can use another one that's already budgeted. I just wanted to
Yeah, I just.
make you
I
guys
just
aware of
wanted
it,
to
that
make sure.
potentially it could push us over total for the whole
Well,
account.
logical would be take it out of salary, yes.
What's that?
Well, we can just let it run negative for a while, can't we, and then fix it
Yeah.
later.
Okay.
Yep.
I didn't want to.
At the end of the year, we
speak
can,
with you.
if your budget is, try to make your budget so
Yeah,
so it can absorb it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the hard part of IT is that you fix stuff when it breaks. You don't know what's going to break or not. Hopefully, we don't have such that case, but generally, I think the IT budget is usually absorbed.
Yeah.
Generally, but.
Okay.
So I'm okay to approve this and get the PO put in for it then?
Say
Okay.
so. Not much choice.
Yeah, yeah. Can't not have emails.
Good.
Whatever happened in that IT room? Did you get a fan put in there, or?
No, I don't know what we're gonna do, I guess. The adding additional air conditioner for that 6,500, I guess, was turned down, and I don't know what we can, because it works in summertime, it's just to have that condenser outside isn't the best, it's not designed for North Dakota winters, so. And I think the fan option is fairly expensive too. They were just gonna do like an exhaust fan outside or bring it to the room, but
Well, I mean, I thought we were gonna try to do the fan like we have in the courtroom.
yeah, did I send that over to you, Troy? Now some ridiculous amount. It was
That was
something.
really stupid.
Yeah, I thought it was like even, oh man, I can't remember now. I'll have to look at the email. I knew it was well beyond what, in my opinion, it should have been, so.
I mean, really all that's needed is a return air duct put into there and take the heat out and cut a vent into the door, and it'll bring in the colder air, it'll move it itself. And I imagine up in the ceiling there is a return air.
Yeah, there's the return, I believe, is just in front of that door. It's down the hallway there. So.
Right, so it'd be nothing more than that. Take a flexible hose, bring it up, put it in the ceiling, let it draw suction on the room and let the air from outside in.
Well, I'll try to contact some more HVAC companies, see if I can get somebody to come look at it. I had some difficulty trying to get people to come out and actually look at it, because it was such a small project and there's no
I'm sure
scope
Schultz
work.
would do that. I mean, if you just explain to him what we want done. I
He's
mean,
the
it's-
one that gave us that stupid bid.
He's the one, I think Schultz, the one that gave the overpriced one, so.
Because air conditioning, that makes absolutely 0 sense. You're
In the
cooling that
wintertime,
off and
yeah.
heating up the rest of the, and you're moving, so then you're moving moisture, you're cooling it off, heating up the rest of the building, taking moisture out of there and putting it in the rest of the building. That makes 0 sense.
I mean, I could do it, the problem is I'm not a licensed electrician. So, because I know exactly what you're saying too, just ducting the air into it.
It wouldn't even take an electrician.
But the fan, you need to have a forced fan on that.
I don't,
Yeah, for the amount of heat that's generated for those systems, you do.
no, if you
Oh, I suppose
tie
it's a
into
suction,
the-
as long as there's enough suction.
if
from
you
that
tie
return.
into the cold air return, that's suction.
Yeah, as long
And
as
you
that's
give it,
not-
and you give it the ability to bring air in, it'll just pull air out and
But
pull
you
it in.
gotta worry about deadheading, or the back end of that though too, where you're not returning air from the other side of the building too, but.
No,
If you open up too much hole in the middle there, you're not gonna have your suction from the end then.
oh yeah, but it doesn't
And then
take
you're at
much.
the room, yeah, so that's
I
potentially
mean,
where
you'd probably
need
put in
to-
a little 3-inch line into the dang thing and it would pull it out. Not much to it.
Take the door off and cut it up about that far.
That's right, I mean, that's all it takes. Because you're
That's all
drawing
you
the
need
cold,
to do.
well, you're drawing the cold air off the floor. I mean, that's better, yeah.
You only need as much
In as
square
out.
inches as you have tube coming out, going into the return system.
You can have the return this big, and if you don't give it in the air, it won't return anything. So
I wonder
it doesn't matter.
if we just do the ducting. I'm a licensed contractor for the state. If there's no electricity involved, I probably can
look at it anyway.
Yeah, I think I can, because like cutting the vent in the door, that's no problem, that's well within the scope what I can do. And
Yeah, and I wouldn't even cut the, like I said, probably
I guess-
cut the door off in the bottom. But I will bet if you put a 3 or 4 inch duct just in the ceiling and then open up
Yeah.
enough to get
Or
the,
just a 6-inch flex and put a grate in one of those
Yeah.
false ceiling tiles.
Yeah.
And in the wintertime, if it's real cold out, they just have to put that zone on fan always.
Mhm.
And
Which you want to do anyways, you want to keep circulating air within the building, keep everything balanced.
I don't know if they do that.
Yeah, I guess I'm not certain either, but we could, it's easy enough to look at that, though, which system is sucking from that zone then, so. So yeah, if there's no fan involved, I think that's within the scope of work I can do then, so.
Take a look at it, Travis.
Yeah, 'cause
Because
it won't- it won't-
Because I don't want to, we're going to go into another winter here before we know it.
Yeah, I don't have the same problem again, so.
but I mean, it's beneficial if you dump hot air into the
Oh, heck yeah,
cold
if we're
air,
generating
during in the
heat,
wintertime, you're
Might as
just,
well put it into the
you're
building.
putting it back
and
into the
use it,
facility.
It doesn't make any sense to put it out in the parking lot. Okay,
Yeah, I'll look into that and
thank you.
get some thoughts on that.
Thanks, Travis.
Anything else, gentlemen?
I'm good.
Thank you very much.
Good,
Thanks.
thank you.
Can we go back to social services? I think you guys have to accept Sia's resignation letter.
If we don't, she can't go.
You don't? Are
We
you-
don't have any control. This isn't the army. What would we do if we didn't accept it? She'd have to stay.
I don't know.
We just thank her for her service and.
You guys have always accepted everybody else's resignation letters, so.
No, we
If
can't.
we can, but I mean, it isn't a, except we don't have any control over it.
Okay.
Is that just so it is acknowledged, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, thanking her for her service is the same thing. Just, wish her luck in her future endeavors.
Right. But we can't do that as a commission without a vote. That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
Huh?
Skip it.
You guys aren't gonna play?
I mean, she's gonna stay on and help out, and that's good.
Sheriff Hook's resignation letter. We maybe do have to accept that before we can appoint somebody, since he's an elected official.
Yeah, can't appoint anybody until you actually.
Is gone.
Can't appoint anybody until September 1,
Yeah, because
I don't think so. You can't have to, sure.
or tentatively in there.
Future another term for long purpose from first, yeah.
Okay. Meeting with the North Dakota State Water Commission, what?
So we're not doing anything with that?
I don't know.
We just acknowledged it, and
No, okay,
it's in the packet for us.
okay.
Are they gonna tell us what we need? Is that what they want us for? I don't get it.
I don't know. Looks to me like Laura Horner needs something to do.
Anybody interested in going to that meeting?
Mm-mm. I think we should appoint Nancy Lundy to go.
Well, I'm pretty sure she's gonna be there. She's gonna be there, having it in her office.
How did their initial point of contact come to be the city of Cooperstown?
I imagine.
Yeah, but I mean, the FEMA, wouldn't they have started with the county and had it dribble down rather than start in the middle? And
This is the water commission.
This is the water commission. So don't you suppose this was like a lot of things we get, just cold calling,
Yeah.
looking for
Well, and I think
input,
the city has a relationship with the
Yep.
water commission because they use,
treatment plant.
they have the treatment plant and they
Yep.
have wells, and we just don't have any of that under our bailiwick.
And probably with that $2 million project they had, there's probably been quite a bit of back and forth, and this
I'm
is.
sure. They won't issue any water permits for irrigating, so they're looking for other stuff to do, keep themselves busy.
Assess flood risk. I don't know. Well, it means
Oh, we're already prepared, aren't we? We have an EOC.
what, but I mean, wasn't that whole mitigation, that whole, wasn't that what this was about? That's what I thought it was, but
Well,
maybe not.
it must be related to it,
I don't think.
because we have a plan.
Yeah, we have the mitigation plan.
Are they just giving out new LiDAR data so you can tell your elevations?
I don't know, and there's the goals right there. Don't know.
So, if anybody wants to go to that meeting, if you have time.
I just need to know if more than 3 of you will be there so that I can notice the meeting.
Wednesday too, probably not.
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay,
You can go though if you want.
Will I see you there?
You can tell me all about it for the next meeting.
2018 budget.
Okay, so you guys got all the pack that I have right now. I do not have the revenues for the general fund in there yet. Ron had informed me that I had missed that, and I'm very sorry about that. And I'm working on getting those numbers for you. The only thing else that was not added was the sheriff's budget, and I got those half hour before, or at 11:30, so, sorry, that was my fault. I got those at 11:30, so I didn't have time to get them added into the budget, so I just ran off a copy for you.
What are we, just jumping to the bottom,
Yep.
what are we gonna do with the other county levies?
Other county levies.
There's nothing in here. I mean, it shows we're not, it doesn't show that we're levying for historical society or any of them.
Okay. Well, I have their numbers in there, so that
For where,
I don't think the formula is correct on those.
where is it?
On this one, it's like the third C37.
Like library, is that the very last sheet?
Library E1
That might.
on this table here.
So I think what
Put that one over.
Yeah, E1 it's got it here.
Yep, on E1, that's when the other county levies are. That's what we did last year. And then now you guys wanted me to push them out, so I did. And I did not take out this sheet. So I'm assuming that's where the formula is going. Is to those.
Well, like, on page E1, the formulas are in there.
Yeah, and why does your E1 look different than mine?
I don't know. That,
This is my E1.
really, what does yours look like?
Mine looks like this. Is this in a packet today, or are you looking at
Yeah,
last
that's
year's
the one I
budget?
have.
Oh, okay.
Is that last year? Turn it over. Back other side. There you go. Nope. Is that last year's? What's the date on that one?
Is that the one that I just gave you?
Yeah. But this is the one, I think I sent you an email saying that I'd stuck pages E1 and E2 in here.
Okay.
Because, and I guess that's,
That's Historical Society and Senior Citizens?
Oh, that's their
Nelson County
E1.
Health District.
They're looking at this
Here's the
E1.
Where's that? What do you mean this is one? What do I have?
So there's a cover page for
Oh,
E
no,
and then all the
keep
E
going the
ones,
other
some of
way.
the ones are behind that.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, E1's there.
so,
E, right here. This is the
okay, but, so for the Historical Society, it's just, they requested $5,000. But like, senior citizens, there's nothing.
I didn't know what you guys wanted me to do with that one because I got all 4 clubs. Do you want me just to add all 4 of the clubs and then put them in there? Or, I mean, they have different expenses and stuff like that. I just didn't know what you wanted me to do with that one.
Well, I'm not sure either.
I have all of the 4 clubs' budgets. I just didn't know how you wanted me to present it in this kind of format. If you wanted me just to lump sum them all into like an expense line, or if you wanted me to break out all their expenses.
Well, it kind of goes through with all of them, like the fair, there's no numbers in there. You know,
A Fair Board hasn't given me their budget
I
yet.
think you need to take this 2017 budget and make 2018 use the same format. So
So you want me to use that same other county levies, this one?
no. I'm talking the format. So let's look at the DES isn't a good one. Where's one that we have here that we can look at? It's outside of. Well, here's the DES one.
DES is within the general, or no?
There's nothing in that courtroom for that transfers.
looking at water management.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what I got from you.
I think it got cut off. I think the other side, if you.
She didn't hit print to fit, the rest of it's on the other side.
Yeah.
So did water management, did we get a breakdown then on?
Yep. I got that all put into the format.
Where's it at?
It's right here, but it got cut off, so it's on the back side. C22A.
I was looking for the individual board members and their salary.
Okay, this is what she sent me.
Where at?
Well, it's kind of goofy. It's after page E8, or between pages E8 and E9.
And then if you flip the page, that's the breakdown. I just didn't fit it to page. So that's what the 85,000 or whatever was. I had asked her to, like I had said, an example that you guys wanted was like secretary this much, board member Bob Brooks this much, board member Jacobson this much, and this is what I got.
But all of this should be in the requested 2018 column.
Oh yeah, sorry. I got it just in the wrong column, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not even,
It's easier to look at mine, John, because yours is different. It's supposed to be like that. And these numbers are all supposed to be over here.
so 7 is engineering, okay. So legal, beaver control.
This is huge.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not, the pages might be wrong.
Yeah.
Because it's between E8 and E9, and it's. Should be E8. Oh, I see, E8 is over here. E8 is water management, okay. Well, this. Okay, I think so this,
It's
it should refer to the other page. In other
Oh,
words,
here we go, yeah. This is the expenses split out.
yeah.
but I mean, like,
I tried to do it just like we do with the other
Okay.
ones that have like
yeah,
all their expenses come from here. Sorry,
Okay.
this number should have been over there. This
Okay.
is what it is.
so this probably should say see page 8B
Oh, yeah,
or something
yeah,
like
yeah.
that, and then this will be page 8B.
Right, and then this is how it goes, is these numbers,
Okay,
all of these numbers get put over.
and then this number here will become, because that number should have been a formula to look for that number, but I can check that.
Okay,
Because-
I think what it's supposed to be is this bottom number here should be this 119,378.
That should be here.
So go to page E8 in this
I
schedule.
think so too.
Go to this page E8 in the schedule that we gave us.
Okay.
Under expenditures requested 2018, $34,102.
That's not correct.
Appropriated $119,378.
That's not correct.
Right. But I mean, why are they there?
Well, she should have moved, all of these numbers that are here should be erased and moved into here.
Well,
And then when that happens, this number here total will be, this 119,378 total will be on the.
Requested
on the
side, yeah.
Requested, and then on page 8, that 119 will be there instead of the 34,102, and we'll get rid of the 119.
But the last time I looked at it, the requested was 85,000 in expenses.
That was just an expense line, then they had more.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, they had more things under, so then I just got that expense line broke out for you.
Yeah, but, yeah, we'd ask, I think, for each individual board member.
Well, I don't know board member, but an overall
Board expense. So,
an overall board expense.
yeah, so we would know if we do change it to 3.
Right.
Your board expense was in, like guess it's just a regular meeting.
And special meetings, so. The board expense looks like $18,500.
So that could be put in here. If we hold the board expense.
Well, I have it, like the regular meetings.
Oh, okay, that's on.
Regular meetings and special meetings,
Yeah.
Okay,
but they
we shouldn't
shouldn't-
have to be deciphering this. It's the job of the water board to present us with this documentation as prescribed by the state and as given to them by Samantha. We shouldn't have to be going through and doing this. If they don't give us what we need in order to issue them in order to determine their budget, then they don't get a budget. This is nonsense. Utter nonsense. We're trying to figure out what they mean, and we're right back to the same thing we were doing last year. They didn't give us information, and then we decided to try to figure out what they wanted, and it wasn't right. There's a format that just goes in, and have them put it in the format. And if they don't understand it, have them come and sit down and do it with us. But this trying to figure this out after the fact is not going to work. And it isn't your job to try to figure out what they mean. You send them the prescribed forms, it's very straightforward in Century Code, and they send them back to you filled out. Because we're running out of time here quickly.
And it's kind of, I agree, I was looking at library, that's the same problem probably. I mean, it says library, $170 to $600. I think you've got a budget someplace.
I do have their budget, yep.
So here's,
We don't have the
It doesn't matter, because they're gonna get 4 mils anyways. Right?
budget. Well, we could look at it that way.
yeah, we still scrutinize it. I mean, E9B, if you like go to the library in your budget from last year, and it's all spelled out here. If you go to page E9 library, and the first page has the expenditures, and it says see page E9B, and then you go to E9B and it lays out expense, state library, advertising, business collection. It lays it all out. That's how it needs to be. This is one that we're looking. Okay,
That was last year's?
yeah, that's how every budget should be.
Because I thought last year's we did this thing.
That's just a preliminary. That's just a breakdown in one portion of the budget. Okay, so here's how you start the budget process. Is by using this form right here.
This is 16.
It doesn't matter. This is how you use the budget process, right there, by using that form to everybody.
Yep.
Okay. Then when it comes back, they just took this and moved it because they didn't have room. They just give you a of each one of them.
Yep.
That's how the budget should be. That when they come back from the entities,
Yep.
so that that's how they lay it out. And then we're supposed to look at that and scrutinize: is this postage reasonable? Is this professional fees reasonable? And the way we look and see whether it's reasonable is we go back and look at, and we're supposed to be able to see what they actually had in 2014, what they actually had in 2015, and what they're requesting in 16. That's the way it's supposed to work.
So I think we did it wrong last year.
Yeah, because we did it this way last year.
And so now we're saying we made a mistake.
Well, I mean, if you can compute it into this format, but in order to start the process, it needs to be in this form. We don't determine.
The way we did it in 2016.
We don't determine what their budget is. They determine what their budget is. We approve it. This is the form that the state wants you to start the budget with, right here, to the department heads.
Yep, and I sent that.
Okay.
when we get it back, you can put it into this form, that's fine.
But this is how we did it last year. We didn't do it that way.
No, we had to have a budget amount, or are you just talking for the library?
No, for all of them, we didn't do a budget like this. We didn't work it backwards like we've done in the past. We did it this way.
You mean for the ones that were gonna get a prescribed meal levy?
Yep.
Kind of what Troy was saying.
Yeah.
We sort of decided we were gonna give the library 4 meals, and we didn't move the teacher.
Yeah.
Now
So
we're saying-
we didn't do this breakout.
Well, I thought we still got information from them.
We still got a total budget, but we
They
didn't.
gave us a budget back. What I'm saying is, in order to start any of these, the whole process for everybody needs to start with this form. There's no way we can get anywhere without that. I mean, we can say, yes, that's fine, and we'll give you the 4 meals, but we need to have some kind of breakdown of what they're gonna use it for before we approve it. But that's how you do it with the treasurer, that's how you do it, isn't it? Don't you send them?
Yep, I sent all of, yep.
I mean,
These reports.
so you just do it the same way with them. Well, I mean, that's how all of these have to be done so that we have a starting point. And we don't have a starting point. I mean, you can see the sheriff's budget here didn't even start that way. I mean, if you guys want to look at the sheriff's budget here that we got back, it doesn't have anything as far as revenue or nothing on it. It just has a dollar value.
The sheriff's department, they won't have revenue on this sheet. It's on that other sheet.
But we have to have that in order to determine whether or not this is a usable budget.
Right, yep, and that's what Ron had told me that I was missing, that's why I'm gonna go back and do it. But his sheet should be right, because his revenues should not be shown on that, because that's in the general fund. They don't have their revenue within their budget. It's within the general fund revenue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, not necessarily.
Because I should have their revenues in page B2 and B3. I should have those revenues in there, and that's where the sheriff, clerk of court, register of deeds, all of their revenue should go into these pages. And I don't have them in there yet. That's the one that I had forgotten to do. But with actually the sheriff's budget or the district court budget or any of them, they don't have their revenue up on the top like the other county levies do. So it's...
But without having revenue, we can't start the process.
Yep.
We have to have revenue in order to be able to start this process, because the process is expenditures less the revenue equals the levy.
So you think we should get these sheets for these others, the health district, historical society, senior citizens, fair board, JDA?
If it doesn't, if
I
you
have-
want to, it's fine.
With one exception, water management's not just gonna get an automatic 4 mills.
I have all of their budgets except for fair board. I have
Okay.
all of these, and then I've just inputted them into this
The
spreadsheet.
determination last year was, we looked at it wasn't in the budget it wasn't in the format that we wanted it. But we looked at it and we said, okay, it appears like all this is in relationship to what they had the year before. Let's just follow through with the voted on mill levy. But it isn't like we just said, no, we'll just go ahead and give them the mill levy. We looked at what their expenditures were gonna be.
Okay.
So, I mean, you can do it any way you want, but I think we have to look at, and the water board, we have to look at pretty closely.
Right. I just don't have I don't have E forms in my old budget.
Okay. Okay. So, man, I'm running out of time here. I mean, calendar time.
about this.
No, not that.
Move it here.
What's that?
You're gonna move to it.
Why do you say we're running out of time?
Remember some of this.
Well, because there's a whole long distance from this to this.
Right.
There's to get this to get this to the format that this is, and to determine what we're actually trying to determine is the amount levied. There's a whole lot of work in order to get to that point. A lot of information that needs to be put in here, and a lot of things that need to be looked at. We don't know for sure that chemical hazard, alcohol monitoring, weed control, leafy spurge aren't going to have a levy until we actually go through and look at what the balances are and determine what their needs are. Just because they didn't have a levy last year doesn't mean they're not going to have a levy this year. We were using up some fund balances.
Yep.
So we need to have all these, every one of these needs to have a projection as to what they're going to need for 2018. And until we have that, we can't move forward.
And you need the revenues.
Yep. Sorry. Because I got all of the numbers for like weed in here. I just didn't check the format or the formula here.
No, but I mean, so if you got the numbers for, well, let's see, so weed control, where's that at? Weed control, C929.
All of the expenses, all of the revenues, and the balances are all in there. I think it's just the formula in the beginning that's not correct.
Who, like for weed control,
Yep.
who gave you the requested?
Wayne. Yep.
So in weed control, so here's the requested 2018 budget. Where are the revenues, and where is the balances brought forward?
The page before it.
Okay, so there's 51,504.68.
Well, in that particular case,
We're going to have to levy some money.
well, like up at the top on C29,
Mm-hmm.
up at the top there, estimated revenue of 2017, we levied for it last year. So whatever we levied, and I think we levied 3 mils or 2 mils or something, but our estimated 2017 revenue, it's in the 2018, it's X'd out. You don't include any revenue there.
Right, yep.
But in 2017, we are going to receive that revenue that we levied.
And that goes towards the balance. See, the way this sits right now, it says that we have we have $51,504 as a reserve balance brought forward. But if you use the formula must require the county official budget from revenues derived from the county source an amount equal to the revenue that could be raised by a levy of at least 3 mills. So we will have to raise under this isn't right, but under this situation, we would have to levy the difference between 3 mills and $51,000.
Right,
Yep.
yeah, the minimum of 3 mils.
Right.
is what we gotta levy.
So in this instance, then, this would go back, and on your page A1, there would be a levy in there. And this is just one of about every one of them. That the budget, this is just a preliminary start of it, where you put in the numbers for the appropriation and the requests. None of it can be done until we move everything forward to determine what the levy is going to be.
What's the balance in weed now?
Well, according to this one, 51,504.
But once you stick in the revenue from 420, and that,
That's an actual number?
It's not right, because the revenue for 17 isn't in there.
and you do have to do that for all of them.
I have my revenue as of December of last year. I have no revenue for the weed general taxes.
But we levied for it, right?
If there's a levy for it in 2017, then that goes up in right here. It is estimated revenue, general property tax, that goes in there, and then that follows through down into this equation.
Yep,
For
but
the balance 30, for this December balance 31. If you just took the December balance, this 23,804, that isn't right, because that would assume that we spent every last dime in the budget.
Well, we haven't spent any money this year, that's the thing.
Well, the point is, in order to do this, we need a whole bunch more information inputted into this thing.
Yeah.
Because that's where I got my numbers, is in my revenue report at the end of the year. I have no income for general taxes. I have $15 for mobile homes, $20 for penalty and interest, and then $125 for homestead credit.
But you did levy for them last year, right?
I'd have to look.
Yeah, did you have last year's budget?
What's that?
Do you have last year's budget?
I do, right here.
What did we
Maybe
levy
this is
for weed last year?
16.
No, but this is 17.
Maybe we didn't.
This
Nope.
is 17
Oh, we
right
did.
here.
Okay.
Well, I'm just looking in the revenue report, year to date, there's zero.
Okay, well, maybe we didn't.
Budget, there's no budget.
So on C29, no, we had $60,000 as a final appropriation, so we were within the 3 mil variance.
But we had a carryover enough that we didn't have.
We had to carry over enough we didn't have it, right? Right here, we carried over.
Yeah, if there was no.
No, I take that back. No, I take that. According to this, we levied because
It's too bad we can't have our levy sheets on our desk like we used to in the good old days.
We can.
We can. I'd sure like to have them here if we can.
I thought we were going to.
Two 2016 levy.
Oh, you got the levy sheet?
We need 17. So in 17, the balance December 31st, 2017 was going to be $12,461.
So where would it be?
Well, if we had our levy sheet, we could tell.
No, where is it on here?
Can I look at it? Yeah, apparently we didn't.
No, because it says estimated revenue 2017 is X'd out.
Yeah, no, it's not yet.
Well, that's on the,
I did not levy for weed.
no, that's on the projections. That's what's always leveled out. It should, on 18, it would show up if it was there.
What?
We're solving, on that form, we're solving for the levy. That's why it's X'd out. On 18, it would show up, if it was levied for on an 18 budget, it would show up as
But in the levy sheet, we're probably looking at.
this. Here, go back here. It's X'd out here. If this was a negative number, then we were solving for general property taxes. The negative number would then be put up here to offset it. When it's a positive number, you don't have to put anything up there.
Because you're not going to levy.
Right, but if when you get all done with this, if this is a negative number, then that becomes a levy.
Right,
Yeah, we're solving for the X's.
right, and the X's is there. That's why there's no weed on the levy sheet.
Right. But we still need this in order to go forward with this year. We still need to put it in this format. Oh. Here's all the levy sheets.
What page was weed on again? I'm sorry, I lost my page.
C29.
Thank you. So what more do you need from me for weed? Because it's in this format.
Okay, so So right now, why are we requesting 27,700?
That's what Wayne gave me. Because for all of these things, then that's what it added up to.
Okay, so then where's this?
And then over here, that number then comes over here.
Okay,
Here's my my revenues.
okay, so this?
Yep. I haven't put anything over here. I didn't know that you wanted all these numbers over.
No. It has to be, the budget has to be, comply with this, with the 3 mil. Read this here. This number here, this number needs to be the value, the carryover needs to be the value of 3 mils. If it isn't, we have to levy the difference.
Okay. So he needs to come up with something higher.
No. We need to levy. It will increase this value to let's just say a mill is $20,000.
Okay.
We'd need to levy $9,000 or $8,500 in order to make this budget work.
Well, 3 mills would be $60,000.
Right. Yeah. And there's 51,000 in there. So with the difference is what we need to levy. It needs to have a balance of at least 3 mills, and we've got $51,000. Correct?
Well, I mean, the way I read it, the formula requires a county official's budget. So I thought the budget amount had to be 60,000. And you had to ignore the carryover, but. Because I thought that's what we did last year. We put 60,000 in for the budget here.
But and if we do that, we'll have to levy because we only have 51,000. We'll have to levy $8,500.
To equal 3 mills. Balance.
So if we put $60,000 for appropriations in there, we only have $51,000 carried forward. We'll have to levy $8,500 in order to make that work.
Maybe that's what we got to do.
Well, just so I said, the difference between the 60,000, the 3 mills, and the 51
Okay.
is what it takes to do this.
Okay, so we will have to levy the.
Right.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So we don't have to have a 3 mil reserve, we have to have a 3 mil total budget.
Balance.
Right, 3 mil total budget. So you subtract the 3 mills from what you have,
Yeah.
and you get, then that becomes the levy. So the levy is $8,500 or 84.9.
If a mill's 20,000.
Correct.
We don't know that number yet.
No, we'll guess that, That's what we did last year. If you look, that's exactly what we did this last year. We put this plug number of $60,000 in here. But I mean, for all these,
But that's what he requested. So I put his requested numbers in. Now, what more did you need from me on this particular one?
we need you to complete the entire budget as per the Century Code. When this is all said and done, you're supposed to give us a budget that tells us exactly how much we're supposed to levy, exactly what, and it's all said and done, just like we've been doing. Take here alcohol monitoring here,
Okay, what page is that?
and yours is C28.
Well, let's finish this one first.
Okay.
So the way this is laid out here,
Yep.
it's not asking for a levy.
You want to put this the way it's supposed to be. The requested appropriation should be, instead of the $27,700, should be $60,000 if you're using 20, and then it will then the levy will then this number here would be a negative $8,500. This 51,504, and then that would be your levy.
So I plug in final appropriation 60,000.
You need to follow this formula. The formula must require the county official's budget from revenues derived from county sources an amount equal to the revenue that would be raised by the levy of at least 3 mills. So if you budget, the way this thing works, if you budget $60,000, that means you have to have $60,000. And we've only got $51,000, so we'd have to make up the difference with the levy. So, but let's just go to another one. Here, alcohol monitoring, you have a negative number here. Page C28. And you did that one right, 386505. That has to be budgeted.
Okay.
Okay. Levied for, excuse me. So if you went through and any of these that are a negative, county agent.
Well, let me ask a bunch of questions on alcohol monitoring.
Yeah.
It shows, and I want to make sure.
I don't have those numbers incorrectly.
Oh,
Alcohol monitoring, that's Bob's budget. That's one that he just gave me today.
Oh,
And I'm thinking that's why it's correct on this sheet is because we have it in the final appropriations. Right now I have nothing over there because you have not
no,
told
you've got
me.
it. You've got it in the final appropriations. You've got it here.
Alcohol monitoring?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't done.
386505.
But those aren't right.
Oh.
Because that's Bob's. Those are incorrect. So I have nothing in the final appropriations because I thought that's what you guys had to tell me what to put in there. I haven't pushed any numbers over there. I've only put them in the
But did
requested.
Bob tell you this $5,000?
No.
You're gonna get that from Bob.
Yep, you must have it right now in that other pack.
And the same with the revenue of $8,000, you're gonna get that from Bob?
Yep. Yeah, I'll get that.
And the main, but I wanted to make sure that, it shows we transferred out $8,181 in 2017. You did that?
Mhm.
You made that transfer already? It says we transferred out $8,181 in 2017.
Yep.
Have you made that
Yep.
transfer into the general fund?
It might have been the general fund, or it might have been. Oh yeah, the general fund. Yep,
Okay,
correct.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so let's just go over this, how it's supposed to be done. So you're supposed to take the requested budget from all the different department heads, and you're supposed to go through and you're supposed to work up the whole budget. And you're gonna come with a number right here. The whole budget gets done using their requests. Then we come and look at it and we say, okay, no, we don't wanna levy $1,753,000. We want that number down lower, not only because of the zero net increase, but we might want a lower number. Then we go through and we scrutinize each one of these budgets, make the changes, and then you implement the changes. So this can't be done until you have all the information from all the department heads and it had been plugged in, and you can tell us that with the information you have and it's complete, that this total levy amount is what's being requested. And that's where we're supposed to take over the budget process.
Okay. So this number needs to be the formula of the requested, not the final appropriation.
Correct.
Okay.
And then and that's why it's important to have it all laid out in this format right here,
Yep.
so that we can go back and say, okay, here's the amount of $1,900,000. We don't think that's right, and we want to make some changes here. We go in and we look at the sheriff's budget or the county agent's budget. And we said, well, they actually expended $48,000 in 16, $61,000 in 17, and now they're asking for $82,000. What's the difference? Why are they asking for that? And we'd say, well, we're not going to allow it. That would come off. At that point, you would take the whole budget and go back and redo it until we finally got it down to a point that we were satisfied with the number here in page A1, the total amount levied. That's what we're solving for, is a total amount levied.
Yep.
So nothing can be left out. Everything has to be worked through as if the budget numbers that the...
Are you sure this is from the request line? I don't think so.
It has to be.
This better be the final appropriation.
It will be. It'll be adjusted, but in order to get the final appropriation, you have to do it as a request
First
first.
one's not gonna be right.
Right.
So, unless we approved it, then it would be.
Right.
So basically what you want is this sheet, another one, with the requested, so that this still shows the final.
Work it through as if the county commission didn't have any input yet. That's what we're supposed to be presented with at a starting.
And that's what I thought I did.
What you could.
Except for without, I didn't do the revenue and I didn't do fair or the sheriff's. Everything else is in.
No, the general fund levy is at 939. There's no way in the world we're levying 939.
You don't have the general fund revenue in yet.
Right. I don't have general fund revenue in.
Okay, so until it's done in its entirety, we don't know what the requested amount of levy is.
But that's the same with like emergency. They don't have a number in here. But emergency information is in.
Emergency ambulance.
No, just emergency.
Emergency is just what we said. The county clerk is saying you want
Yep.
100,000 in emergency.
And so I have the requested amount in there.
We didn't spend the emergency, so we should levy for it.
And then that's where you guys usually do like the amending of the budgets or whatever.
We haven't scratched the emergency.
Let me ask one other question,
Mhm.
and this one's on C-23, County Victim Advocate. You know, for 2017, it shows $5,100. Or, I mean, yeah, 5,100. But in 2017, we approved 2,000. You know, we didn't approve. We said we were gonna send 1,000 on witness fees and 1,000 reviews outreach center. We weren't gonna send $1,000 to domestic violence or abused persons, or any of those. So in that case.
I'm sorry, what page number?
C-23.
Okay.
And then look under the estimated expenditures for 2017. Domestic violence should be 0. Abused persons should be 0. Advocates should be 0. ND cause should be 0. Because if you look at the 2017 budget, and I got it right here, that's what we approved. We approved $2,000.
Okay.
So the estimated expenditures is gonna be $2,000.
Okay.
And that would be true, of course, with
Every one of them.
Yeah,
every one of
the
them.
requested was higher, but the final
Right,
appropriation was.
yeah, we only approved 2,000.
Okay.
So that throws off the carryover
Okay.
and everything.
That was probably
Well, I don't think you filled it out estimated for 2017, maybe you did.
No, I didn't fill out estimate for 2017.
The estimated 2017 should be the final budget.
Right.
What we appropriated in what we appropriated.
Unless it's over.
Now that you brought that up, I don't remember if I talked to you guys about this before or not. I think I did.
Yep.
But that salmon is probably gonna have to come out of that money that the legislator is putting, I don't remember what it was, somewhere around $800,000 or $900,000 into the computer system for victim witness stuff because of Marcy's law. And they're gonna, the legislator, I think, is gonna put $500,000 or $600,000 in, and they're requiring the counties to put like $315,000 in, I think it is, between all 53 counties, and it was written in the statute after Marcy's law passed. The counties are gonna be getting a bill sometime, and I don't know when it's gonna be, but it's supposed to come out of victim witness funds.
That's your budget?
What's that?
That's your budget?
Yeah.
Then you better find out what that number is and get it in there.
I don't know what it is yet. No one knows what it is, and I don't know when we will know what it is.
So is it gonna be in effect in 18?
I don't know, it might even be 17. No one knows what the hell is going on with it. The last time I heard States Attorney Association meetings that the counties were getting a good bill and they didn't know. That's all I know, which is ridiculous. They don't know how they're gonna bill the counties.
Well, I would recommend that you put $2,500 in there. If they do it on a per capita basis,
That's probably what the smaller counties are gonna be, somewhere between $1,000 and $3,000, what they said. That came from Aaron Bears for the States Attorney Association meeting. That's the only thing I know about it. That's all the information that we've
What's
got
that,
so
John?
far.
To get this thing rolling, can we go through the general fund, the department budgets, and arrive at numbers here and so that we get the general fund straightened out first, or we're gonna have to have a special meeting to get this straightened out here. this is so far from being an actual budget, and in years past, from this point to where it ended up was a month and a half. It's
Okay.
not,
Where do you want to start?
well, I mean, I'd start on B7, the county commissioners, I would think, but we don't exactly know exactly what we're gonna put in there, so maybe the auditor's budget. Pretty straightforward.
The auditor's budget?
I have district court next.
No, I mean, pretty straight, I mean, as far as, I don't mean as far as accepting, I mean, it's pretty straightforward format.
Okay. Cause I don't know if you.
Why is there final allowances in here?
Those are the numbers that I got. I had sent the spreadsheet to Ron, and Ron had sent it back with these numbers in there.
And I put in 1.003 times the 2017 expenditure. So I suppose that is something we can talk about, you know, just for
Yeah.
all of the salaries. What are we gonna use for the percentage increase?
Correct.
Because, you know, I thought it was a foregone conclusion to be 0.003.
Yep. And that will solve a bunch of these. So what are we gonna do about the, too much stuff in there.
Sorry, there was a lot of stuff there.
So before we can determine, even starting the budgets, we need to determine, what page is it, Dale? Page 36. In the packet.
Right.
Yeah, I disagree with it. And I'll just read something that I got from the Social Security website. Annual Social Security, or COLA, is based on the CPI were implemented in '75 to automatically adjust benefits for inflation. Unfortunately, consumer price indexes, or the CPI that you were referring to there, are not true cost of living indexes. Failure to completely account for substitution or changes in quality has led many economists, including the Boston Commission, to conclude that the CPI overstates inflation. While many of the suggestions made by the Commission have been implemented, only some of the upward bias in the CPI has been eliminated. So I think we've got to use the COLA. I mean, the COLA is the cost of living allowance. And they're saying, right, and that's what's used for Social Security, and they're saying right there, you know, the consumer price index is a different animal. So I think since we started using COLA, we should continue using COLA. Because I suppose it could even be, in some years, it could be maybe the COLA is higher than the CPI. Well, then you'd want to switch back and use COLA that year, and then CPI, or get COLA, whichever one's higher. I think we should just be consistent and use the cost of living allowance, is my opinion.
Put that in form of a motion.
Yes, I move that we use the cost of living allowance, and that the annual, well, wait, before I do that, we should talk about health insurance maybe. Or maybe not.
No, two separate issues.
Okay. I'd make a motion that we use the COLA cost of living allowance increase of 0.003 and increase all the salaries by 1.003 over the existing 2017 salary amounts.
And we'll add that to the employees manual.
Yeah, if it's not in there.
Well, you can put it in there, but you can't obligate future commissions to that.
No, they can change it.
Okay.
So are you gonna state that as part of the motion?
To add it to the employee manual, yes.
Okay,
And to add it to the employee manual.
is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Sean, is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. John?
Aye.
Dale? Ron?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
Troy votes aye. Motion carries. The other part of that memo was health insurance. I don't know, there's no clean way to handle that, in my guesstimation. I'm sure some of the employees get a single plan, they're not affected at all.
Did we get a breakdown on that?
As far as I know, 8 people have family insurance, and single is 14, and that's next year.
No, yeah. Well, this year though. So it's not as many family plans this year, it's 6.
6 and
16.
I eliminated Bob. I eliminated Sia.
Right. Well, it's safe to say that it's 2/3, 1/3, and basically.
Yep.
Okay. So the county pays 100% of the increase on a single policy.
Correct.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that.
And 56 out of 137 on a family.
They pay a single policy towards a family.
The family's going up $137. The county pays 56 of that 137. So the net effect to a employee that chooses to take the family plan is $80.
Yeah. But I mean, by giving across the board health insurance increase to every employee, 2/3 of them aren't affected by the rise in health insurance rates.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I don't understand. On page B18 is where you got your insurance. On B18, you're asking for $96,000 for health insurance for general fund employees. The road is done separately, and the county welfare is done separately. So that 96,000 you're asking for is for how many people?
I have that breakdown in my office. I don't have it in front of me right now.
But it can only be 3 or 4.
Say that again.
Or you said, what did you say before? There was 8 single in the whole county?
No.
Or
8
just the
family.
Or 8 family?
14. Well, right now I think there's 17 single right now. I think this year.
Counting the road and the welfare, or not?
No. This number is, yeah.
What number?
The 8 and the 14. That would be for next year.
Okay, but this $96,000, that's just for the employees?
That's what I did is I took everybody that's within the general fund and took them all times what.
It seems real, like a big number, but maybe.
I can show you how I got it when I get back. But I broke down everybody who was all in the general fund and who all has a health insurance policy through the county, and it came out to that number.
So the policy of the county is to provide every employee with a single health insurance policy.
Correct.
And to cover 100% of the cost of any of that policy.
Well, except for the part-time people, like if they're 4/5, they get 4/5.
Okay.
But we still cover 100% of the cost of a full-time employee. Okay.
Correct.
So by asking for a raise for every employee throughout the system,
based on the minority?
The argument can't be made that if I'm a single person with a single policy, that my rates went up and I deserve a raise. Because my rates didn't go up. The county covered every bit of it.
Correct.
So, how is that handled? Then, I mean, take the scenario then that we decide, okay, we give the family plans, we cover the raise we cover the raise or half the rise of rates. Then how do we deal then with the people that didn't have a raise in rates and don't get covered? It probably could have been approached differently, but approached in this fashion, you're either rewarding somebody that doesn't deserve to be rewarded, or you're leaving out somebody that possibly, depending on your way of thinking, deserves to be compensated. So how do you do it?
I guess the way that I was
I think
looking,
we do nothing.
I guess the way I was looking at it is Lori and I will both have a family insurance next year. And so this extra raise would then go, it's extra money, we would then use it towards family insurance. The next person that doesn't have family insurance could use it towards retirement or, some other thing. Like, it's cost savings to everybody.
But the whole purpose of your letter here was that you had to have a wage and salary increase because of increased health insurance costs. Does not hold true across the board. Some of those people don't have increased health insurance costs. I mean, I appreciate the argument, but you have to argue with facts. It didn't raise their cost any by the county covered their obligation to each one of the employees. The family plan is just an add-on. It gives the employee the chance to add on. It's not an obligation of the county. And that could be changed. I mean, if that can be brought up, if you want to try to change the way that the county deals with health insurance, that's fine. But we can't bend the rules once the rules are in place. It should be approached in a different manner.
Well, there's no motion on the table, so let's get back to these budgets.
Okay. So we're at the auditor's budget.
Might as well start at the beginning.
Well, the first one's the county commissioners, and they don't have one there.
I have district court next.
No. So according to Ron's motion, we'd apply the 1.3 to the 1.03 to the 2017
Salaries.
salary.
That's correct.
And that should be what that number is for 2756.
Correct.
So, the district court, let's just start with that one. So you just slide that number over to the request or not? Or you just leave it where it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Final allowance.
Right. So then, these other line items, need to be approved or not, right?
Correct. I don't see any problem with them.
Well, I've mentioned.
Or do you?
Well, I've mentioned before, I don't like the idea of paying the dues.
Oh.
It's taxpayer funded lobbying. That's my opinion. You guys can sure outvote me on it and everything.
Well, I agree with you to a point.
Okay.
there's more to it than
Yeah.
just lobbying, you know. There's gotta be a certain amount of training done.
Resources.
So, I don't know, for the department heads, I almost think they need to
What are those dues to?
participate.
In this, in
North Dakota
this?
Association of Counties, but I've given them so much grief about having all these stupid due structures and changed it, so.
Well, Kelly, on the district court, what are those dues for?
I think I just get the bill from I think it's the Clerks Association, and I suppose they send it off to, I don't know if it goes to Indiana, I don't know.
But Kelly, it's
It
for your
doesn't-
annual meeting and that sort of stuff, right? For your training.
Yeah, well, yeah, it goes to convention and things like that. I mean, where it actually goes after we send a check, I don't really know where it gets distributed to, but, my
But a portion of
understanding
it's the training.
is to cover training and conventions and things
What Ron
like
doesn't
that,
like
so.
is the county taxpayers spending money on somebody at North Dakota Association of Counties lobbying for something that's not in the best interest of the county taxpayers. But, go ahead, Connie.
Well, I'd like to address that because I know several of the lobbying things. Yes, they're for maybe to benefit the office, but that's to benefit the taxpayer. For instance, the one that the state's attorneys lobbied against this year was the Marcy's Law, which is ended up costing all of the counties $315,000 because it did pass, and they lobbied against it. So it's, you know, it's an increase to. We don't know yet what our share of that is.
I don't,
But
I think,
that's just an example.
no, but there goes both ways though. See, that's the problem.
The 911, the long distance, the 911 fee went the other way. Or put a,
I just think the taxpayers should have the choice. Maybe they're for Marcy's Law, maybe they're against it.
Yeah.
But they shouldn't be forced to pay, to argue for either side of it. You know, they should be free to choose what they want to lobby for and free to pay for what they want to lobby for.
Well, in that case, the state's attorneys were lobbying for the counties as a whole, rather than for each taxpayer,
But,
so that it didn't increase cost to the county.
but there could be 40% of the taxpayers against it for whatever reason.
Well, in this situation, taxpayers voted for it, but I don't necessarily know
Mm-hmm.
the taxpayers were informed of the implications of the law either.
Mm-hmm.
They were for it, but they didn't know they were gonna have to pay for it.
Right.
Yeah, like
A lot
that.
of laws.
Don't assume the taxpayers are stupider than you are.
the arrogance of government, When it doesn't go your way, assume the taxpayers don't know what they're
I'm
doing.
not saying that they're stupid, but how do you I mean, in that case, how do you lobby against a feel-good law? You're a jerk if you lobby against a feel-good law.
Maybe the taxpayers are okay with paying more for that particular thing.
And, you know, anyway.
Anyway,
Goes
Just
both
like
ways.
the taxpayers voted for marijuana law too, and the
Yeah.
lawmakers changed it. That's pretty arrogant too.
Yeah.
Anyway,
And I think part of it was for the audit.
anyway, I don't like somebody not in my control using my money to lobby for things. That's just my philosophy. But I still think there's enough value and those dues are insignificant enough that we should keep paying them for the departments. That's just my deal.
Maybe on a case-by-case basis, the district court, I mean, actually is not an employee of Griggs County. So, I mean, they're an employee of the court, so why should the court pay for their for their training?
You can make that argument.
I'm not a state employee. Well, we have a contract with the state, but I'm considered a county employee.
Do you want to approve these today, or are you going to keep moving? Or are you?
Yeah, no, let's just make some changes so we can get moving with this thing.
Okay. Then we don't need to make these calls today. So Sam, you're following along here?
Yeah, the changes we made, we can argue about the rest of it later, yeah. So then, the auditor, the same thing, it's just to apply the, I don't know why the travel budget went so high.
The 500 wasn't enough this year.
Or you're traveling too much to fit the budget, which one?
I wasn't even able to, with the $500, I wasn't even able to go to the Dakota Programs conference. So that's why I requested a little bit more. Because next year I will have training for election and that.
Can any of that be done online or not?
No. Any online training that we get, we do take advantage of that.
Okay.
Treasurer.
Yeah, on that particular one, I just want to bring up that, as you're aware, Steele County pays half of what Griggs County does for the treasurer position. I'm not saying,
And she works half days.
yeah, exactly. So,
There's a lot of things she doesn't do,
well, like what?
that the treasurer is supposed to do. She takes the money. I'm not sure what she does for end of month, if she helps with the apportionment and distribution, which I do.
Right. But
I don't know.
are the Steele County taxpayers better off
I don't know.
by paying half the amount for the treasurer? Are they still, they're still, all the work's getting done, isn't it?
I don't know.
What, Ron,
I know Emily is
I
doing
think the
that.
confusion, Ron, and just, if you look at their auditor's office,
Yeah.
they have 2 deputies. The treasurer in Griggs County performs auditor tasks. Otherwise, there would be less people in Connie's office and more people in hers. I think. Isn't that a correct statement? So I don't think you can just look at that deal and say, this is the way it is. Because, Emily said, don't be too hasty.
But the auditor's budget for Steele County and the auditor's budget for Griggs County were approximately the same.
They won't be next year.
Okay.
They were down 1 person. They just hired somebody. State's attorney?
Is that, you put it, is that a 4/5 secretary?
She's been full-time.
She is full-time. She gets paid a lot less than the others.
No,
We equalized those, didn't we,
Yeah,
Ron?
we equalized those.
Didn't we equalize all the deputies?
Yeah, and I
that's
thought
what
I did in the
thought.
budget too.
I think she was just done a few months ago.
She was,
July 1st,
yeah, as of
right?
August 1st, she was equalized.
Is Lori full-time?
Mm-hmm.
So,
I thought the salary this year was 1553. I don't even remember what I put for next year.
Well, Lori's, we just approved 30,373.
Yeah, 376.
You took the estimated from 2017. She was not in the mix. That was the one that I didn't raise her. I didn't increase her wages to the same as all the deputies. I then brought that to you guys and said, I'm sorry, I didn't approve this. You said, no, she was not in that mix to be approved.
Oh.
So then it got stuck with this 25 because that's what you had approved. So that's what I had to put in there.
Right, but later on here, about 2 months ago, we raised her
Right, and
salary to a
there's
full-time
money in-
salary, and so that should be reflective of the final allowance this year.
Right,
And
it's
so
gonna be coming
the-
from other areas in the budget. Is what,
So the
what
formula
we're
that
gonna
you
happen.
have is taking from the
In my budget, in the
2017.
budget. When we talked about it, we talked about using, not increasing that salary portion of the budget and taking from other areas in the state's attorney's budget.
Right, so her salary went up, but
But
her
it's not gonna be
budget
reflected in that budget area.
next year, it should be reflected in that line item now.
So
Right.
the amount requested by department should be 30,000.
376.31.
Yep.
Yep, 376.31. That should be changed to that.
And that one, unlike the other ones, should be the actual amount of final
Yeah,
allowance
yeah,
also.
and then we'll just move that, if we prove it, we'll just move
Right.
that amount over to approve.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else in your budget?
I don't think so. Can I take a look at it again? I don't have a copy of it.
Everything is the same as last year.
Recorder?
As we're going through these, are we just looking at the salaries and at the expenditures? Am I supposed to be then pushing, if you guys don't say anything, am I supposed to be pushing those requested into the finals? Because I was also going to ask that we have the department heads come to your next meeting to discuss these budgets with you. It's fine right now because all the ones have been with the department heads here. But I just want to know what exactly you're wanting from me.
Well, I mean, we could certainly do that. The only discrepancy has been on the dues. I mean, everything else has been, and the travel.
So, I guess in the state's attorney's salary, you talked about a 1.03% increase in the final allowance. On mine went from 44.88 last year to 44.220. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Like 1% should not have been about.
It's
Oh,
0.002.
Okay.
And so then this year is going to be 0.0023.
Okay.
Where we at?
Tax director.
Did the new tax director, did he know what the salary was?
No.
No. Okay. I think the tax director should be under the county commission's budget. They're an employee of the county commission. They aren't an independent. So I think their budget should be under the county commission's budget. We have to approve everything they do anyway.
Yeah, they serve at the pleasure of the county commissioners, but whether we put the money here or there,
That don't matter to me.
yeah, it doesn't matter to me much either.
Okay. We're probably going to have to.
We probably need to visit with that young man.
Mm-hmm.
How old is
I don't know.
About 23, 4.
25.
25? Did he go to school here?
Mm-hmm.
No, you're younger than me.
Yep, I graduated a year younger.
One thing we skipped over, on the recorder, we have a 4/5 deputy there. And, I'm not sure just how much work is done there, how many deeds are recorded, and how much.
Yeah, you are. You look at it every month.
Well, I mean, for the number of deeds and everything.
Then a month off or whatever.
So, I guess then it's a question.
Last month was 36 documents. They record more than deeds.
Well, does 4/5 deputy, does that sound right to everybody?
She's also my deputy clerk of court. She's not just a deputy recorder, she's performing duties of deputy clerk of court. And this last month was 37 documents, the month before was 90. It changes. But she is also my deputy clerk of court.
Okay, but for the clerk of court, that amount is supposed to cover all the duties
Right.
of a person for the clerk of
It's
court.
not reality.
Well,
You still have to have somebody, if I'm not there, I still need to have somebody there in my office performing the duties, just like any other office. It's a combined office, it's recorder, clerk of court, my deputy is recorder and clerk of court. If I'm not there, I need somebody to perform those duties. It's just the way it is.
But she's not being paid anything under clerk.
Everything's under the recorder salary, but she's still, and anybody that would work in that office is both deputies, clerk and recorder.
Yeah. I mean, my opinion is that the 4/5 seems high, but that's just my opinion. There's 5 of us here to make that decision.
Yeah, I don't buy the argument that we have to supply a clerk of court. The state says that we need a percentage, and Kelly fills that position. I don't see anywhere where we're responsible for providing clerk of court services, over and above what the state says we have to supply. So then the question is, how long does it take to process those documents?
Well, there's a lot more that we do than just record documents. We do research. Right now, the project that I have two big projects. The one is the digitizing project, where I have documents from 1993 all the way back to 1880, where we're going to be entering into our program. They're going to put the document and the book and page, but we have to go in, put grantor, grantee, the amount, the legal description. That's going to take a long time. I would say a couple of years. There's no way I'll get that done in a year. That's a massive, massive project. I mean, preserving history, it's a huge, not many counties are completely digitized, and it is a huge thing. Next year, we're also going to be taking on e-recording. Some counties have it. I don't, Troy, do you guys do any e-recording with any of your documents? There's a lot of banks, attorneys, they do e-recording. It's kind of, we're trying to be ahead of, at some point, being forced to do it. So we have something through Endrin a project that we're working on. So that's a new thing that we'll take on and learn how to do and need to do training. But, you know, the recorder in the clerk of court's office, we're busy. We always have somebody coming, somebody calling, research. Just this week I spent 2 hours, 2 different individuals doing research. It takes a long time. You know, hopefully someday with having it digitized and everything in the computer, you know, that'll streamline some of that, speed it up. But right now that project it's a huge project. We're talking about hundreds, thousands of documents. So we're not sitting around twiddling our thumbs, I can tell you that. We're busy.
You're gonna index those documents all the way back to 1880?
Yep, all the images, everything's been scanned, so it's gonna go into our DocuPro.
Yep, it was scanned in 2011?
Nope, it was just finished up, completely finished up in 2016. They had to come back and do some more stuff. So right now they're in the process of, the people that imaged it are working with the people with the software program. So they're communicating right now. And I was kind of put on the back burner because I was behind some other counties. So now they're getting to me. So they're going to put all the images in there, and I have to put all the information. The images are almost, you know, they're not worthless without the information, but without the legal description, the
Well, you
names,
can't find it.
You can't find it.
So this is in Endrin?
It'll eventually, it's in DocuPro, that's our recording software. And eventually, once everything is done, slowly I'll be pushing them out to Endrin. So the hope, within how many years, I will have all of the documents ever recorded in Griggs County available on Endrin and in our DocuPro. So if people come in and want to do research, they can find everything on there. So far, I've done all of our burials. I got the burials done. We put all of our marriage license in there, all the way back to the late 1800s, I should say. So slowly trying to do all this digitizing. Another big thing is we're doing retention on the clerk side, and it hasn't been done for many, many years. And I have a lot of documents over there, and I don't have room for all of this stuff. So we're trying to do, and you know, that takes time. We have to go through every single file individually and make sure things are there. And I mean, just things are time consuming. You know, sometimes you just can't look at a document and say, well, you only did 30 documents, but there could be, you know, 300-400 images to go with those documents. So, you know, preserving history, it's important. I mean, these are the taxpayers' documents. I can't rush through these things and miss things and, you know, crap in, crap out. We've talked about.
But the documents are still there. We're just putting them into, we're just backing them up with a digital format, correct?
The books are there. So they imaged all the books, and then we're getting those into our document.
You're not still building books though, are you?
we send all the original documents go back to whoever sent it in. So, you know, if you guys send it in, we image it, we send it right
I know,
back
but you're
out.
not still building books.
No, we don't build books. I index in the back. I'll go to section 32, and just put the document number and that's it. But I don't put any other information but the document number there.
Right.
So we kind of have a backup system where double check that's where we
And
find
we shred all our mortgages and stuff now,
Yeah.
anyway, we don't keep them.
Well, if you have.
We image them too.
Mhm. Yeah, we just, if I scan it, just checks it to make sure we have all the pages, all the information's correct, the description is correct, we send it out. Because right there, that proves how important it is. If we miss a page on a mortgage and, you know, the mortgage company doesn't have it. It's an important process.
So you're back to 93.
Yep, solid back to 2003, and then it's sporadic back to 93. Well, I don't know how to explain it. Okay, so let's just take our miscellaneous, that book. So the document numbers don't go in order, so we kind of just grabbed a book, scanned everything in that book. So deed book 44 may all be organized or scanned, but the images may, or the documents may span 5 years. Does that make sense?
Because it's not the mortgage book may not be done.
Well, like the mortgage book, you know, you record a deed and mortgage at the same time.
Yep.
So you have your deed and then your mortgage. Well, then your next deed is going to be several documents down, but it's going to be the same book. So we just found it easier to scan the whole book instead of going by document numbers because you'd be pulling different books. So that's why it's sporadic back to 93. So this book may be scanned, but this book isn't. So I don't know if that makes sense. Easier to show you.
And how much progress do you make each year on that project?
We have done, we imaged as much as we could. The
Oh, you're
books
waiting
that
for
were
those
bound,
guys?
we can't scan bound books. So that's one thing that the company came and did all the bound books. And then when we came, we had books that we hadn't scanned, so we just had everything that wasn't scanned, we had them imaged.
So you're waiting for them so you can continue.
So we can then put all that data in.
Okay. Because I think that hasn't changed much in the last 3 years, has it?
As far as,
What's out on Enron?
no, not
I don't think so.
backwards for us, no,
Right.
just going forward.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, we're farther back than some counties, but
Yeah, yeah. And it's always been kind of one of those things that when you have time, you grab a book, see what you can scan and get done. But, you know, a couple years ago, I had 2 deputies, and there was more time for some of those things. And I lost a deputy, so Jess is a good deputy. She's trained in both offices and very knowledgeable. And it's hard to find good employees when if you try to cut it back to 3/5. You know, she too, you know, like Sam, you know, had a very bad year last year. You know, I don't know if you guys know, but she lost her twin boys last year. So she too is now expecting, you know, a few months or a couple weeks before Sam, and she too will be needing you know, a family plan. And you know, you cut these employees back to 3/5. Like I said, you could end up losing some of these employees that are trained well. And
we're trying to hire them full time. They won't do that either.
well, you know, like I said, we're busy. You know, the way that it is, adding more duties to us and a whole nother office to learn would be, you know, I couldn't do it justice. I just couldn't. So.
Something for you guys to ponder. Tax director.
Yeah, that kind of, and just thinking that, well, if we offer him a full-time position.
You know, Ron, I don't think this is a full-time job.
Well, I know.
Like Linda says, it can be.
But, I mean, one if we did put him in, like John suggested originally, if we put him in the county commissioner budget, then we could tell him, hey, you're only working 3/5 time, as the tax director, the other 2/5 time are for, and I'm not sure what it's for. You know, the sheriff's office needs clerical help from time to time. Possibly you might need clerical help from time to time. I'm just saying it's something to ponder too.
Yeah, but you know what, I think we should talk to the young man before we go down a trail very far.
I imagine.
Because I am quite certain that his interest lies in the farm, and I'm not certain, I don't know that he wants a full-time job.
Could be.
So, before we make that assumption, I think we should talk.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, we can't finish these budgets today,
Yeah.
so we might as well talk to him and see what his expectations are.
Okay. And maybe there's just certain months during planting season or harvest season that he doesn't want to work at all.
And I have no idea. All I know is his dad has cattle and his uncle farm.
Yeah.
And they're both in their early 60s. So I'm guessing that there's some kind of a succession plan being hatched out there. And I don't know what it is, so.
Okay.
I talked to him once on the phone. He called me last week and told me my cows were out.
All right, so probably move on to tax director.
Okay.
If he's under the commission, you can tell him to put him in.
Put his saddle in my dog group. They were in his pasture. Luckily, they didn't have anyone in there.
Which one are we on here?
Custodian.
That amount requested, is that what they requested? So they didn't, I mean, I didn't show a 0.3% increase
Yeah,
because.
I think we need to treat everybody the same, so I think we need to take the maintenance and the custodial salary and take it times the COLA
And the additional
and give that your
wages.
final allowance.
Yeah, for all three of those.
Correct.
Yeah. So I'll do that, or Samantha can do that.
Yep.
Either one. If you could send me this, budget, yet this afternoon, I'll look over some of these formulas this weekend and
Okay.
see what I find.
General.
Well, miscellaneous dues, are we gonna keep paying the NDACO that $5,000?
I have a bunch of letters on my desk, like from South Central.
Well, that's,
I can't remember what the
Regional
other.
Council?
Yep, for their dues.
who?
South Central Dakota Regional Council.
But we're waiting for the cities on that one, right?
Nope, this is for next year. Next year's dues.
But I mean, we know what we're gonna pay if the three cities, is Binford not paying? Is it,
Nope, Binford said that they were going to pay.
but you don't have the check?
I don't have their check yet. No.
So we know it's gonna be around $1,000.
I have a letter that says we request that you budget this amount for dues for
Okay,
South
so it
Central.
might have went up slightly to 4,400 or something?
You know, I'm not entirely sure. I didn't
Okay.
look at the letter. I just saw
Whatever
that
it
it
is.
was that letter, but I have 3 of those kind of letters on my desk,
Okay.
and
And they're not in here.
no, that's what the dues is.
Yeah, I'd be more against continuing an NDACO than any of the Auditors Association and Treasurers Association. I mean, that's a $5,000 item, I think.
Mm-hmm. But we're gonna split that 4 ways.
No,
No, not the North Dakota Association of Counties.
Oh,
Do we believe?
Oh, no,
Do
regional
we belong to
councils.
the National Association of Counties?
No,
We
no,
don't
not anymore.
Quit that one.
I think the Association of Counties pays the county dues though.
They did. Remember, they sent us a letter that even though we weren't paying the national dues, they thought it would look bad, so they paid it for us.
Oh, National. Get it. If they quit paying them, maybe I'd quit getting all that emails.
Likely. I don't, where are you looking at? I don't see the due. Where's
Top
line.
miscellaneous dues? 10,000.
I I think that could be cut quite a bit, based on all four cities help pay the 4,000, and then depending on whether or not we want to continue paying the 5,000 to NDAC.
But I mean, actual dues in last time we got a check on it was $4,300.
In 2016, yeah, that looks real low. But,
Can look into that. to see.
How is that number gonna get that big this year? Did we budget that 10,000?
Mhm.
We did, okay.
We haven't spent it though.
No. No, I don't believe so. You have your expense reports there.
Okay.
What's miscellaneous pay for?
Miscellaneous pay, that is pay if somebody leaves and their sick leave or annual leave gets paid out of that. If somebody's on maternity leave, we pay out of that for the extra help that's in the office. If they have,
Sick leave is an accrual.
if you're a vested employee, you get a portion of your sick leave paid out.
But don't you accrue that as an expense? Maybe not.
That's what it should be handled on an accounting basis. It should be paid into, the number of sick days should be paid into an account every year. And then paid back out.
Well, that's kind of how we used to, that's how we did it.
Yeah, that's all,
It's an unfunded liability, no?
Right.
That's what it is.
Yeah, it's an unfunded liability, right? So, elections, I understand why that is higher. That kind of matches the 16. Electricity went up. Telephone stayed the same. Coal went down. It's probably understandable. Postage, why'd that decrease? Copiers, understandable, we bought the copier. Publishing, printing, why is that decreased? I wonder.
If you look at your expense report, I think that's why I decreased it, is because I was looking at what we spent
you were
year
looking
to.
at actual?
I was looking at what we spent year to date.
Actuals and not estimated, right?
And that postage thing is kind of up in the air.
Okay.
Because remember that postage meter contract is coming due at the end of this year. And I was poking around trying to see if there was another way to do it, because I can't remember what the cost per letter was for renting that big postage meter. It's like 27 cents a letter or something.
So the miscellaneous pay, the last time we had a reading on it, it was at $3,200. Now it's $13,000. Are we expecting some big change?
Two ladies being on maternity leave.
Okay.
Yeah, but they're gonna use their vacation.
They will, so that will come out of their budget. But if we have somebody stepping in to like help out in the office,
Oh,
it gets
okay.
paid out of that.
I see.
And then a new one, general assistance burial.
Those are from the social services. Those are the ones that Troy, we had talked about at the social services meeting. These two were both in the social services budget, but it's like the county's obligation, so it got pushed into the general fund.
That's the last payment. That's on social services building. That's reflected here too, that 1298.
Mhm. Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Social Security.
That's just kind of.
IT.
Yeah, a bunch of
Oh,
stuff on here.
Do you want me to go and grab Travis? He's still here in the building, I do believe.
Yeah, we can go on to the sheriff's when he's not here, till Travis gets here.
Well, we can talk about GovernSoft. How come you took that out of there?
Because we're up in the air is what we're
We
gonna do.
didn't take GovernSoft out. That got pushed in his software.
Sam, do you look up?
Yes, please. Thank you.
oh, part of that 22,000 is governed off.
12,000 of it must be.
Yep.
What version of Windows Server are you using?
I don't know.
I think.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay. When you log in the morning, it says.
Doesn't show me. We
Does-
don't log off, we just,
No,
we
it's not.
stay on, we just restart. At night when we leave, we hit the restart so that we do log on, but we don't, shut down every
Right.
night.
But when you start Windows, it usually will tell you what version you're using. That's how. I don't know.
So that's all that state.
What's the county shop have for internet now?
Travis would know that.
Yeah.
Unlimited data
Thank
plan.
Thank you.
I know. It costs $10,000. Shop security cameras.
I thought that fiber lease was from here to the social services building. Isn't that right, Connie? Or no, the county bought that.
Yeah, but then didn't it go on? I don't know.
Question?
The fiber optic to the social services.
Yeah, you can't have $91,000.
No.
92?
91. So the state WAN, that went up 3,000?
That's part of the, there's a proposal budget or like a breakdown of what I'm adding. Was that should have been included with the PDF I sent over to you?
Yeah, I got it dated in.
Oh, okay. That was going from 10 to 13. Proposing moving the current connection from a 10 meg connection to a 50 meg connection for internet connectivity with the state then.
For what purpose?
We utilize about 80% of it usually, and at night for the backups we're maxing it out. So. More and more stuff is going online, so we're having that's becoming a primary use for most systems are web-based.
What's web-based?
Most applications, a lot of the stuff for the state, they're moving web-based. So you log into a website that the state issued for doing all your work or your work for your department.
You're working through a portal?
Yeah, most like the programs are moving to web interaction. So you're filling out forms or submitting documents through web interface. So you're using an internet connection for that work.
So they can do it real time rather than downloading it into a format where they can fill out the form and then put it into a PDF and sending it. They're doing it real time as they're connected to the website, correct?
Yeah, more, we're not really hosting anything here more. The state's taking over a lot of those functionality. So instead of us having a program running that we install on the desktops here, they just log into a web portal, the state operates.
Well, I
you fill
know
out
software as a service is.
Yeah.
So we're utilizing more and more of that connection, and then 10 meg connection is pretty slow in today's standards. So trying to operate a whole
So
facility.
how many users are you doing that as opposed to using our servers here?
I guess I'd have to look for sure. A lot of the social service stuff is moving is more web-based activity. The court system, most of that is all web-based. They use Citric Box, or they were using Citric Boxes. Now they're from the courthouse and stuff like that. So the court does pay a portion of that bill too, from that. But
I'm just trying to get my head around the overall IT requirements of the county. Because we have so much investment in that room in there. And now we have so many things that are online that we don't have a big enough pipe. So we need less server.
that won't affect anything as far as the internet connection. The server is still needed for other systems we operate here as well too. So.
What?
We have several SQL databases that store information. Our file server itself, Active Directory for authentication and all that, and then web-based. We have a Linux system.
Your SQL servers are the parcel data and stuff?
SQL is M-Files. What's the other one that uses it? I can't remember the name of the program now. Dakota Programs is just a file-based storage one, but that is operated on one of the servers as well. DocuPro, there we go, thank you. Document Pro is another SQL system that operates. So that does both the SQL system and our file storage utilization.
Will that move to the state someday?
No, that's, the whole digitizing was us taking the paper format and putting it into DocuPro.
I know, but it seems to me that would make more sense.
I guess I'm unaware of any time the state would do that. If we did, they would charge for it, which they do offer services where you can buy or rent or lease SQL space, but we've never looked into the actual cost, I guess, comparison of that. So.
And it has nothing to do with the state.
Well, the state operates since that we could buy a SQL database from them instead of us buying it. We would just pay them a monthly fee for having that, and they would charge us for it then. So. That's one option we can look at, and then
Right.
that can come up when we're actually looking at replacing that system. Is do a cost analysis. Is it better for us to own the equipment ourselves or offsite it to the state?
Right.
Software, 22,000. 12 of that is government soft.
The what I do with that, which I think, can I go print out that? I had like a breakdown.
Just sent it to all of them.
Oh, okay. I did a breakdown. The software before we had like line items for Google, line item for Govern Soft. I put them all in one line item, just trying to clean stuff up on the budget, I guess.
Okay, so.
And I did break that down on that sheet that was emailed to you as far as how that breakdown is happening.
Looks like it's still $4,000 more than adding those to it. Anyway.
Travis, do you want Kelly to print it?
Yeah, why don't we do that?
I'll print it. I'll print it to my printer right now.
County shop internet.
That's a
It
proposed
should be unlocked.
connection service, getting internet over to the county shop.
Fiber lease, same thing.
Yeah, so that's part of that project then. So
Shop security cameras.
that's just an optional add-on. Thought about what's needed. So because eventually we're not going to have internet at the county shop. The MLGC is getting rid of all their copper lines with the new fiber. And
What was the fiber lease for again?
so that's the proposed project I have for getting internet over to the county shop. So I worked with a gentleman from MLGC to get that then. So I also looked at doing a wireless connection off the water tower.
Maybe we should move Wayne here.
Yeah.
Secretary's here. What's wrong with the hotspot on a cell phone or, $40 fee on an iPad?
It just seems to me like this this whole system is such a cobbled
What are you
thing.
basing that off of then?
Huh?
What are you basing that
I mean,
off
all
of?
these different applications, one's over in this cloud, one's over in that cloud, and then we gotta have all these resources in-house. You walk into our bank, we have a domain controller, and everything's in the cloud. We log on to a website, and we do all of our applications on that desktop portal. It's pretty darn simple.
You're also
compared to
doing
this.
one application, you're doing banking, you're not doing a bunch of different departments, different requirements. Software that's not compatible with the new stuff at this time because it hasn't been updated for a while. You know, our accounting software will not run in the cloud, I don't think. We wouldn't be able to transfer that over, so you would have to look at doing something different with that. I mean, I'm all for it, but if we want to look at what we can do to try to streamline or try to reduce our dependency on hardware internally.
If we don't, then we're doing both. That's and it's terribly expensive.
And yeah, I mean, we're probably getting to that. You know, we're taking those steps where stuff's moving over to that cloud-based or hosted up with the state or however it may be. But you still have that interim where you still have to support both systems or all systems that are required for everything. So.
And it's not just the banking software that's out there; it's everything.
Oh, I know. I mean, like we moved our email. We used to do email in-house. Now we're using Google. I mean, it's cost effective because we're not having to worry about managing it.
Ours is a Silver Sky.
Back it up and.
I don't know what that front page is.
I don't think it's a test page.
Yeah, the test page goes out there.
What's the one security for?
The
State require that or something? That's
oh, I'm sorry. Which one are you asking?
WAN
The
security?
WAN security?
Oh, so NRG is proposing working with the state to increase security between county and county networks. Right now, all the state networks or all the county courthouses are connected, but there is no firewall between a courthouse and a courthouse. The state operates a firewall from within that private network out to the internet. They're proposing locking that down more, so we'd actually go through and set up what's called ACL or access control list to say what can and cannot come into our network. So it'd be additional layer of security. NRG is currently just proposing it as far as an idea. They've talked to us as far as just talking about getting it budgeted for the 2018 year if it goes forward and stuff like that. So if that does happen, we would work with them in the state to secure the network a little more. What's happened in the past is a virus that would get on one county system would propagate to another county because of that lack of firewall connectivity between the two. Then,
So we had it once before and then we didn't have it?
no, this has always been like this. So
How are the counties connected together?
they're connected through a private connection back into the state's network. So the state operates a private backbone through DCN or Dakota Carrier Networks. So their equipment here connects into there's two, I think Fargo and Bismarck are the two hubs for the entire state.
For the DCN.
Well, no, for the state, for ITD. So what happens, the state uses DCN to do the fiber backhaul or whatever company is available in the area.
Yeah.
That connection is like a tunnel between us and the state network. All the county networks are tunneled in, they're all on class private subnet on that system then. Then the state firewalls intrusion prevention out to the internet from there then. But if I wanted to, right now I could print from here to Steele County's printer if we wanted to, because there's no security or firewall set up between that. This proposal is to put those or turn those rules on, set that stuff up then. So it would lessen the likelihood of a virus or malware propagating through the state's private
And they
network.
can't do that at the hub?
No, because the hub is doing that already. They're firewalling out to the internet, but they're not firewalling between counties and county. That's the county's responsibility. The state gives the connection, here you go.
Oh, really?
So in the equipment we're leasing from them, or what's included in their WAN connection, they allow us to write those rules to enable those. So that's why we work with the state to set that up, so it's less likely. So that would be a one-off project for next year if it goes through.
I'd like to see $15,000-$20,000 trimmed from this budget.
Well, I mean, the shop internet, fiber lease, and the security cameras will get a 10 of it.
What do you propose for internet for Wayne then?
Again, what's wrong with a
Smartphone?
a smartphone or an iPad? He's got an iPad already. What's wrong with
Security of data, connecting back into the system here. The ability to print, it complicates stuff a little more. It's not on the same network. His ability to access files would be severely diminished.
Maybe his office better be up here then. The software, the 22,000 in software, when you add up what you combine, it comes to 19,395 instead of the 22,000. Server backups 1,000. Tyler Technologies 26, Google's 36, and GovernSoft is 12,195. It's 19,395.
So MLGC is not gonna put fiber to, they're getting rid of their copper.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they're gonna put fiber to the county shop.
They have fiber to the county shop. It's there already. So
What's $3,200 for a fiber lease?
that's for what's called dark fiber. So they actually don't provide the service as far as a terminated connection. They just hook up the two ends, give it to you. Here's then we hook our equipment into it then. So it doesn't actually go on the internet. It's
Put a
just,
firewall out there and put in a VPN connection. Why
that's
are
about $480 from the state a month per month.
between here and there? They don't have anything to do with
No,
it.
because that's the minimum connection the state will do, and that's their price. That's governed through
The state.
Yeah, the state it mandates that we go through ITD for internet for the courthouse. If we wanted to get set up for internet out in county shop, the minimum connection would be about $480 a month. That's their lowest package. That's the way it goes. Now, if we do a private connection, meaning either wireless or fiber, dark fiber, then we would pay that. Since it's not hitting internet, it doesn't break their rules saying that you can't. Like, I can't bring another internet connection into this building. They don't allow it. I have to get a waiver signed if we do that. And they say they don't do that, waivers.
Well, there's gotta be a better way.
Well, I mean, there's no internet connect. I mean, it's secured right now. It's secured right now down there.
Yeah, we have a point-to-point DSL connection over the copper lines.
And how long will that stay?
MLGC has not given me a definite answer. If the copper breaks, something gets damaged, they will not fix it. They said. So another problem too is it's a very slow connection. The equipment was in place before I even started here.
I don't know, but he's not processing data down there.
It's still internet access. It's less than a meg connection he's connected with.
What's he doing on the internet?
Email, file server back into here. 911 coordination, updating all the databases for that.
I have county email on my cell phone. Is that secure?
Yeah, that's through Gmail. That's why we wanted to go with the cloud then, because they
So
have.
he'd have it on his too then.
Yeah, he'd have on a cell phone if we set that up. I
On
guess.
his iPad?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'd have to have it if we went to get internet in there. I think I have to get a waiver from the state if we go with another company such as Verizon. I'd have to confirm that with them how that's done.
What's that?
The state mandates that we get internet provided by them. So we pay for internet connection through the state of North Dakota. I believe it's century code or something in the laws that say that you have to do that. So when I was talking about getting a private or a public connection in the building here, we were looking at going with one of the local ISPs, and they said, no, you have to get a waiver, and they usually don't do waivers. So
Well, I have it on my smartphone.
you don't have internet, you have email.
I have the internet too.
Well, yeah, but that can't get connected back into our network here.
Doesn't need to.
Well, Wayne would need to. He needs access to the file server and systems and access to that stuff. Another option is doing a wireless connection. You have upfront cost, but you don't have any lease on that. But the reason I went with MLGC is if something happened to that wireless equipment, the water tower, the cost to get a technician to climb that, fix it, it potentially could be a lot more. You know, where this is MLGC is responsible for that dark fiber connection back over to it.
Does his secretary work out of the?
Out of my office.
Right. Okay.
I mean, you could talk to Wayne if he could work up here. That would get rid of might have to have internet up there, I guess. So.
But I mean, all his work's done out of this courthouse anyway. The secretary works out of here. Correct?
His work isn't done here.
No, but I mean, well,
His secretary.
his
yeah.
secretary is, so, okay.
I don't know what he does for office work, so I'm the too.
Don't know, but yep, okay. I'm with Sean. I don't know what prompted a $25,000 increase. I see 10 of it, but don't like the rest of it.
What's the software one? Now, 12,000 moved down from the GovernSoft line?
So we took GovernSoft, Tyler Technologies, Google, our backup software, and then our antivirus, and moved that into one line item.
And then the Google one was something that wasn't happening that should have been?
No, that moved there too.
The Google one, that one raised up number of to 4320 for the year. So that was, and that was also one that we haven't been paying for the last 2 years. So.
But a year and a half is going to cost us what?
No, that one is 2 years is at 46. What they did was they gave us a 6-month discount, and we already paid $1,600. So that 4640 plus $1,600 is the 3 years of service then. And then
The
we had
$3,600.
no, that'd be the 5. No, the 2 years would be $550, whatever that is.
And they're raising it to $3,600?
No, that was,
Google-
we knew
no,
about this. We put it
I
in
need to
last
go
year's
there,
budget.
yeah.
We put it in last year's budget, the 3,600.
Okay.
But Google is proposed budget for next year is 4,320. What I'm proposing for that is right now we're not all the commissioners are on our email system, and we're highly recommending that everybody utilizes that and not personal emails for anything doing with government work.
Why?
So I think you're the only one that actually has a .gov or email account for that. Then.
What's the difference?
I'm recommending just because of liability. I was talking with Jamie as far as if there's any e-discoveries. Since you're using your personal account, your personal emails could potentially be open to searching and having access to it then. So if you run it through everything through the .gov, everything's running out through our system then. So
We've had that happen actually with some stuff with Dennis. With that lady that's continuing to make an open records request and actually your personal email, personal phone and text messages, if there's government documents or stuff that open records pertains to, that email and that phone is fair game for going through and finding open records requests or open records documents.
But the open records request would be made to the county commission and they would produce it.
Right.
Yeah.
the potential is that you might have to turn over your actual personal emails.
Yeah,
as well.
if you have your personal phone, it could be subpoenaed. I mean, if you use personal email.
It wouldn't be, it would be anyway. Who's to say that just because I had a Google account or an account?
No, you're right.
It would be anyway.
You're right about that.
It doesn't make any damn difference.
You're right
If they're
about
coming
that.
after it, they're coming after both accounts.
But if you maintain using your personal account, I mean, if we have a policy where all the emails are run through the county accounts, I think we can probably avoid that by saying, hey, this is a policy, this is what happens, and
Not if your opponent's got a brain in their head.
And I mean, the only thing the email is used for is to send notice of meetings and things like that. I mean, what's wrong with that? You know, Samantha sends us information, but anything that's shared between us goes to Samantha first, and she sends it out with the disclaimer that you don't share it with anybody. And
Right.
you know,
Well, it's up to you guys. That's my opinion and thought on it, but you guys have to do what you want.
well, I mean, I'm certainly, I would never use it. So we're trying to protect against. You're protecting my email by putting me on an email that anybody can look at any time, anywhere. I don't think that's much protection for me.
Well, we're trying to protect your personal email by using for calling business, using that email for calling business only.
Again, so the protection is to make me use a system where anybody at any time and any place can look at anything that's been done in the county. You know, that's what we're doing here.
Right.
And I don't do any business on my county phone, on my personal phone. That's my personal phone. So even if they subpoenaed it, they could only look for something that had to do with the county.
That's how to do it.
So it doesn't matter.
You're right about that.
So the whole argument for spending money to do something we're not going to do doesn't make much sense. Well, I'm with Sean. I think there needs to be a $15,000 reduction in that somehow.
Okay. Insurance?
The numbers kind of look strange, you know,
Mm-hmm.
for 2016, it was 63,000. Brown requested for 2018, 185,000. But I guess
There was no health
there
insurance.
was no health insurance for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know. I was taken out of a different budget.
Yeah, obviously there should be some. And then some of them, like job service, going from, well, it's doubling from 2016 to 18, and the same with workforce safety. It's going from 3,000 to 7,000. So I guess we should check those closely. And then the new courthouse, 34,000, is that a quote or?
The NDIRF is going to be increasing their premiums 15%. It said 10 to 15%. He wasn't sure. This is just a proposal. They still have to take it towards their board, but this is just for budgeting purposes. I did call him and ask what we paid before and which ones are going to be going up, and it will be a increase of 4,000.
For the new courthouse.
Yep.
And then the $30,000 one, you kept that the same?
Well, the insurance reserve fund covers, that's fire and tornado, that covers the courthouse, isn't it? Isn't that insurance reserve fund, that's our liability insurance. And that's what
The one that was going to go up was the one for our vehicles and our
The new courthouse is through, that's through an independent insurance agency.
Right, that's.
Just the DES. The rest of it's through Dakota, right?
right State Fire and Tornado. Yep. There's a part of the content that's not covered by State Fire and Tornado too, like the road department's equipment and stuff like that, because it's not in-house, it's outside, so that has to be with the other ones. But I have the two numbers or whatever, but yeah, it was an increase of 4,000.
What's the 30,000 for? It just says premium.
Yeah, I get those two mixed up because it's the 30,000. So, one is for the new courthouse, and that's all like the content and the structure is that one, and then the other premium is for our State Fire and Tornado, our vehicles, our all that stuff.
The $4,000 one is for the vehicles.
I hardly believe that's true.
I mean, it just says, yeah, it seems.
I could pay that myself. That's too cheap for vehicles.
Well, that seems like it's.
Is that for the road building or something?
Yeah.
Do you want me to get more information?
Well, yeah, maybe you could put more information in there. Which part, because one of those, like Troy was saying, is for just the DES portion. And that'd be.
Well, that's the new
courthouse.
No, that's not. That's on the premiums.
Yeah.
There's got to be a whole bunch of them in that premium thing, and I don't know why the new courthouse and State Fire and Tornado are separate, because I think they're the same thing, aren't they?
Well, I thought so.
No, the new courthouse is insured by Bank Forward,
Yeah.
by
No, it's
independent.
not. Just the DES portion.
No, both of them.
All of it.
Because there's no fire break between. Or
Both of them.
There is a fire. Oh, we lost this argument.
Yeah, we did. Both of them. But that premium was supposed to decrease once it was occupied, and that's never happened to my knowledge.
Well, I can try to call Andy and see if he was.
Yeah, Andy was the one working on it, yeah.
Significant decrease.
A significant decrease, like
Yeah,
almost at half. Yeah.
Yeah, that was just with my 21 or 15 or something like that.
So
16, so yeah,
if we put steel doors out here in the hallway, would we then get
I never got that far. I don't think that was ever an issue. The issue was
above?
Up above.
above, but that wasn't even an issue. It was occupied is what the issue was. We occupied the DES portion of it, but being there wasn't any fire doors between it, they considered all of it unoccupied. So I think once both sides are occupied, I don't think the fire doors made any difference.
No, it did, because it's not covered. That part is covered by this part is covered by Griggs County. This part is not covered by Griggs County.
The DES part's covered by the fire and tornado.
No,
We don't
because
own
we don't have the state or the fire doors. So State Fire and Tornado won't pick this building up until Griggs County owns all of it.
Right, so we don't own any of it.
We own the DES.
You own the DES. Griggs County owns DES. The building authority owns the other half, and because there's no fire doors, they won't insure it at all. It's all got to go through.
I'd like to go
Big
to
Corp.
another county and see how that works in another county.
Okay.
I see Tower City School Board formed a building authority. I heard on the radio this morning.
Can't do that anymore, can
I don't know.
Yeah, they can,
You
but
can
then
do it.
it still requires
Supposed to be
50%
Oh.
vote of the people. Can't be done like it was done here.
But they can build something up to $4 million, can't they?
Still requires 50%. Still requires 50%.
Have to have a 50% vote to form a building authority, and then the building authority can do it.
Nope, other way around. You can form the building authority, but it takes 50% vote in order to tax. Unless you are a county commission or a city. The building authority is just a simple matter of a corporation.
I read that wrong. Okay. You gonna get us
I'll get more information. Yep.
Okay.
Trey, if you want to talk to the county about insurance, I think Bruce actually has someone else in county insurance. I think Berg's doing as well.
Sheriff?
I don't have those numbers.
Yeah, we do. We got it here.
Yep, you have it there.
Exclamation point.
Hmm?
Exclamation point.
Oh, you're looking at explanations.
Yeah.
Okay.
In our packet.
Hmm? Yeah, it's in our packet somewhere.
It's not in the packet, it was just an
Underneath
addition.
all that stuff there.
It was on the back of the budget in mine.
It was under your revenue and it.
Keep going.
Sound like there was a phone off the hook or something.
Where do we start on this?
I didn't know that DES budget was that big a number.
It isn't.
He's collected from years before when he never applied for it, is that?
No, I mean, last year the DES budget was, the officer got $7,900 and the benefits were $1,800.
Right. That's some funny math.
So 15. Well, I think the discrepancy, one of the big discrepancies is the benefit share, $10,000.
Well, they're both $10,000 discrepancy, aren't they?
Mhm.
Or close. 6,000, I guess. No, 10,000 and 8,000. 9,000.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look.
So I don't know how we came about this, and so it's, with a 50% DES reimbursement, they show $14,000. That's not what it is. The reimbursement's only half of that, $7,000.
I was trying to look at some of the, this is the bottom line. It's like,
Well, they shouldn't have printed this landscape. It fits the other way.
yeah. So like, on the back of the first page, it doesn't, like, in 2016, we were at 179,000, 2017, 197,000. Now, they're asking for 285,000.
Yeah, the cars got put on there. There's two different scenarios for the cars. So that got put on there twice, and it got put on there at the full value rather than less the revenue. But how were you around West when they did this? It has the office deputy at 1/5 time and for $6,000, but then they were
Bob did the math, but what we're
Okay.
looking at is, 1/5 office deputy, 1/5 911, and 3/5 DES.
But DES isn't the 3/5 position.
Yeah, it's just a lump. What do we call that? Disaster Emergency Services, B-22. Where's it at? B-23. So last year, the total outlay for DES was $15,000, and of that, we should have been returned half, but we didn't because no one applied for it.
We still haven't gotten it.
No. We've only been actually, since 2011, we've only been actually reimbursed one time. That was in 14. Some of them we're not even eligible for because we were never even put into the program. So I'm not sure what, the DES budget last year was $15,000, now 28. Bob must have done something wrong there or something. And that's just the salaries. That doesn't even count the rest of the stuff here. So. That's what Sam has for, yeah, it's 15. So on Bob's request here, the uniforms increased by $1,000. And Toxlizer increased by $300. That's not a big deal. The radio and repeaters went up by $5,500. Next page, the major equipment increased by $6,500. Training stayed the same, and of course in the vehicle. And they were put in there twice. Replacement number 1 is what we talked about before, getting rid of the pickup and this 2006 pickup and the insurance for the car.
That's the gray one, right?
Yes.
Yeah. But now replacement number 2 is getting rid of the pickup that Bob's been driving. And then keeping the pickup that 2006 pickup that didn't handle well. So in that this budget should have been put together so that whichever one you went with, the 18,460 or the 15,460 would have been the actual.
Oh, the trade.
Yeah. So there should have been revenue. They should have shown the revenue in here for the sale of those vehicles, or it should have showed it to boot price as a replacement cost if the revenue was going to go back into the general budget. And then there's a question whether or not there needs to be a sheriff, a chief deputy, a number one deputy, an office deputy, and no doubt this year there was a need for an hourly salary, but if there was a fully staffed department, is there $20,000 for an hourly salary?
Yeah, just, I mean, the numbers are kind of shocking, just, looking at last year, 197 and 285, but you explained some of it. And then the 911 and DES, it says we were at 15 last year, going to 43. That's, whatever it is, 30,000, I mean, it looks like an increase of 130,000, which is way too much, obviously.
Absolutely.
Well, you guys wanna sleep on that one? That's a lot of,
Well, yeah, and can you print it out in the
Long form.
normal format?
Yeah, I can.
not now.
No,
No.
It'll probably be clear.
So it's all laid out.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to be landscape.
No, I take that back. They've decreased the hourly salary by $15,000, by $5,000, excuse me.
Yeah.
You wanna keep moving, or what do you guys?
I don't care. What do you guys want to do? We're not making much headway here. I mean, we're not solving nothing. We have to go back all over this stuff again, every one.
Well, Samantha knows what we're looking for now anyways. Coroner?
Yeah, he always looks funny.
This DES, this must not be
That's, yeah. I mean,
superintendent of schools, we're gonna pretend like we don't need one.
mm,
Courtroom grant. Nothing?
And then you're out of the general fund and into the specials.
Yeah, the courtroom grant just needs to be the amount that we're going to have to spend for 2017.
We haven't spent all the grant funds.
Well, isn't this the? Oh, excuse me. I thought this was the one we're paying that's the courtroom. We're paying the building off.
Yeah, that's a different one.
Right. So the courtroom grant's done. Yeah, that'd be zero.
Paying the building off.
The new building's tax.
The lease.
Tax.
Oh,
I looked at the 176, and that was
that's not a budget.
yeah.
That's
Courtroom grant.
that's a line item in general.
Yeah.
Transfers, we can't really do that yet. Special revenue funds?
Well, those, you're sure all those have been done? On page 25.
I'm 98% sure that they are all.
Okay, our tax you transferred in, the flood transferred in.
Oh, transfers. Oh,
Yeah, page B25.
sorry. I thought you were talking about special revenue funds.
No, that we were gonna transfer money out of the flood budget and, regular flood, and flood 2009, and our tax, and chemical hazard, that whole bunch of things. Check on those, make sure you need the trends.
I will check to make sure.
I think they're all reflected as if they've been made back here.
Okay.
If you look at that one, that 8173, and you said you're pretty sure you didn't run that one, so. On the alcohol and water.
let's see there. You can tell pretty easy. So C15. Is that the flood? Yeah. It
Yes.
shows the transfer out.
Yeah, shows it, and you have actually physically moved the money.
I'm gonna look into that.
Yeah, okay, I'll look into it.
Well, yeah, we'll know when we close out the 17 budget.
Yeah, it would show up bad
Right.
if it wasn't done.
Yeah.
Because I think those are the same ones that I had thought that you did not want me to do until I got the final audited numbers from Harold. I could be wrong, and I will check into those, but
Yeah, no, that's right. That's right. They just need to make it into the 17 budget because we put a plug number, or we put a number into the 17 budget. We showed them as revenue.
Right.
So when we transfer them now, we don't want them to increase that carryover in that budget.
No.
But I will see.
So let's see, chemical hazard, look at that one for 27.
What page is that? I'm sorry.
Chemical hazard, all right, if I just looked at it.
27.
27, C27. No,
Yeah, that was on
I have a transfer out of 4433.
yeah, well, no, it's. And so that group of those, what was the total
46,000.
of all those?
Yeah.
Right, okay, and now does that show in the general fund as a transfer in?
Yes, I think, I'm sure it did. On page B6.
Yeah. That's the check on this. Yeah,
Yeah, page B6.
Yeah. so that's correct. So all those have been transferred. Okay. So what we need for the next meeting is we need to go to page A1.
Yep.
We need this thing completed to the point where you can say, with the information that you've used, that the amount levied is correct,
Total amount levied.
right?
Okay.
And that you have put on each one of these, you have put in a number, and when you've inputted all the information, that gives you the amount levied. Now, that might not be the actual amount we're gonna levy, but that's where we start. So then we can go scrutinize each one of these departmental budgets, and we can say, we look at this 1.7 and, or whatever it might be, and we say, we need to trim $200,000 from that number, and then we go back through the budgets and try to find $200,000 in the budgets. But until you have completed this budget using the numbers the department heads have given you, we don't have anywhere to start.
Because I think these are from the allowed numbers. So then I would have to go and get them from the requested to put into this formula.
Well, yeah, but this
grab
is by
them.
no means correct. Not only do these numbers need to be filled in, we need to know that they were based, they were either allowed or proposed, and that they were also, the revenues were deducted from them.
Right.
Right.
But you don't want me to put anything in the allowed yet. It's
What?
all just the requested right now.
No, the ones that you know are allowed, like these wages we talked about, can go there.
Yep, and
The
those-
requested are the requested.
Yep,
The allowed is the ones that's what is allowed.
We need to keep going till we get everything over in the allowed side.
yep,
But for now, put the ones that we know are allowed, and then to finish out the budget, use the requested numbers to come up with it, so the budget's complete.
okay.
And then we'll go back and look at the allowed numbers again, and we might change those.
The requested numbers we might change.
What's on page A1?
This is
That's
an
the
overall
allowed.
levy, so this encompasses the overall appropriation less the revenues,
Does it come from the allowed, or does it come from the requested?
either one.
But right now it's coming from the allowed.
It comes, yeah, it has to, Troy, because in order to determine this number, you need to determine whether or not that number falls within the zero net increase that you want. So you start out using the requested budget, and if those requested numbers aren't what you need, then you make a decision on them and allow them or
That
not allow them.
spreadsheet can't populate that with both of them. There's only one of them in there now.
That's
Either
why I'm
or.
asking if you want a whole nother one of this sheet with just the requested.
Maybe I'm not explaining this right. Okay. Let's just say we have, here we go. Let's just say that we want to finish out this, let's find an easier one. We want to finish one of these out. Here we go, let's start with this.
Is this the number from the requested column or the allowed column?
It can be either.
No, it can't be unless you change the spreadsheet.
No, Troy, okay, if she takes this and goes,
No, it can't be. If that-
okay, here we go, here's one here.
How does it populate?
Here we go. So she's going to solve for a final number down here, and this final number is going to be either how much we levy, and she's going to use these numbers here. Okay, she goes through and we say, okay, we're going to allow this 13,000. She puts that in there. We say we haven't allowed this, so then she uses the 14. She uses the allowed numbers or the requested numbers to get this number, and then we determine whether or not that number is high or low what target we're shooting at.
So this isn't populated by the spreadsheet.
Well,
It is.
It is, but it's populated.
Can't-
It's
can't-
populated by this last number. It's populated by this last number.
not yet allowed.
It's populated by this last number on both these is the levy required.
Well, the formula just looks at the allowed number.
Right, and you can go through there and make a combination. You can go like this. Okay, I'll use this one, and I'll use this one. I'll use this one and this one. You still get a number here.
But it does just look at the one allowed.
Right, but you'll still get that
Answer the
number.
question, is it adding up the allowed column?
Mhm.
Okay.
That's
Can't do both.
true. It adds up all the numbers in the allowed, comes up with a
Okay.
total on the allowed.
That's all. That was my
Okay, but if
question.
you kick one of these numbers over there and have a question mark about
That's
it,
fine,
it'll
but
still
it's not
do
over
it.
there now.
Well, I know, but that she has to. If we haven't put it over there, she has to put it over there
And that's where.
and allow it.
In the past, I called them plug numbers.
Right.
And through the whole budget, I would still.
You had to do it to make it work.
Right.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. You have to
Yeah.
push something over there so that we get a number
Right.
that we can shoot at to see whether or not that falls within the zero net increase.
And I emphasize the plug
And the
numbers were
number
not
you
approved
use
by the
as an
commission.
allowance.
Right,
But I
yep.
had to stick in plug
Either
numbers
half.
in the
It doesn't
allowed
matter
column
what
to
number.
get
Yeah,
it.
so you get it.
Right.
Or the actual allowance.
Right.
Right.
So
And if you
I'm
move it
sticking
over,
in
it's not
plug
allowed, you
numbers
put a
in the
question mark.
allowed.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah,
right now.
right. You have to
Whenever you do
populate the
that,
whole
try to
allowed
make it
column,
know.
but not all of them will be allowed. We're just doing it to see where we're at.
Yeah, in a lot of cases, there will be plug numbers
There you go.
You know, if we assume this is what we're gonna levy.
Okay, that's where I was confused.
Populate the final column, as Troy said, but some of the numbers that you populate with won't have been approved yet.
Right.
Yep.
Yep.
They'll say they're allowed, but they may be requested.
So basically,
Yeah, they're just plug numbers.
Can
They're
I-
only allowed after somebody makes a motion and they're approved.
Right, but they will, for our purposes, they will seem to be allowed, and they will populate that, and they will give us a overall levy number.
Yep.
Yep, if the plug numbers are approved, then that's what we'll end up.
Got it.
That's why it's a draft.
I don't think it's not hasn't been far enough to make a draft yet.
Right?
So how are we gonna do the senior citizens and that? Are we just gonna put in the plug number of their
Combination.
of their mill levy?
I don't know.
We don't have control over them, do we?
Do we? Oh, sure. The mill levy is a maximum. It's not a minimum. It's up to 4 mills. It's up to 2 mills. It isn't automatically that number. But we've just assumed it has been that number.
But we don't have control over the line items in their budget. If they say what they want to spend $600 to paint the bathroom, we can't scratch
Right.
that and say, no, we don't want you to paint the bathroom.
Some of them we do have that
Some of them we
ability.
do. That's where it gets all screwed up.
So for now, use 20,500 for the mill. Ron, would that work?
Yeah, because I know residential and commercial are not going up, and agricultural just went up that 0.5%.
Use 20,500 and
It should
for a
be
mill number, and plug in the maximum mills on those things. And then we can get there. Don't do it on the water boards. Then we can get their estimates and see if that's in line. If they're going to be in line, I mean, that's fine. But we should have something on record that they actually did a budget.
I have their budget. Yep. So you just want me to
But,
just
yeah,
plug
but-
in a number for them?
You could add them all together for expense.
Well, it'll go right
It's-
into this Form A.
It's
here.
like their expense, and then they have like the other thing from Valley City they don't budget for. So it's just all.
Not really a budget then.
It's like, and I tried to ask them how I can make
No.
that any easier for them.
Just give me that money.
But in here, just plug in, then use the 20,500 and give all of these, other than the water board, give them all a number.
Okay.
Give them all a mill levy
Okay.
amount, right?
The health district is kind of different, you know, because we don't
Well,
we haven't had our joint meeting.
We've been using up some of the reserves and stuff, and then just levying
Yeah, so,
accordingly.
and we don't levy for like 2 mills or anything there.
No, we'll have to leave that one open.
Only, yeah, we levy.
But we got to get closer to where we're seeing, to see where we're at here. Because as you see, there's been a request for a whole bunch more money than we've got, yeah.
May I have department heads come to your next meeting to discuss their budget with you?
It won't be to a point of discussing yet. We need to go through the whole, once you get it into a format like this, we need to go through the whole process and say, yeah, we agree. And,
But it would be just like you did today.
well, but we need to get to the point where it's actually a budget, as this one is here, right here. Looks just like this. So we can go through and just look at it and say, here's the cost, here's the cost, here's the cost, and start crossing things out, and changing or allowing. We need 2018 to look just like this one.
Okay.
But I don't know if there's a negotiation process after the fact with the department heads. I think their proposed budget is their proposed budget, and then we decide whether or not we fund it or not. So I think that, you know,
There wasn't much change in any of it anyway, except for a few.
but there's going to have to be, unless we're going to have a special meeting and tell the citizens why we're raising the taxes, and I'm not up for that one.
that social services building. Did you prepare a resolution for this,
For social services?
for the building?
Build, sale of the building.
No, I didn't. I actually didn't research it totally this week. I would draft it right now if you guys would need to. Or you can state the language and I can draft it afterwards. I didn't know what you guys wanted to do. If you guys want to sell it, go at auction, or if you guys want to hire an agent. I think what you should use for language, and I think that you guys can just adopt it all after, whereas it's in the best interest of the county to use an agent to
Dispose of the social service building?
use her skill and expertise to dispose of the social service building, and I think it'd be in the best interest and the best financial gain for the county.
Did she give us a proposal last time? She did.
Mm-hmm.
So if we adopt that resolution, we can accept her proposal
Mm-hmm.
and put her to work and get this done with before winter hits, hopefully.
I'll draft the resolution, have it ready for you to sign something Monday.
Okay.
You're looking for motion?
Well, if that's what you guys want to do. I mean, that's what I think we should do. Not necessarily what you think we should do.
So we need a motion to adopt a resolution to have Arstead Realty handle the sale of the social services building.
And the reason is because if this is what you feel, it's her expertise and her knowledge of the market in the area, and you think that she can get a better price for the building than we can do a public auction.
I so move.
What him said.
What are the terms? I didn't see the proposal. I don't know the terms of the agreement.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Dale.
I think it was like a 6%, if I remember correctly.
That's correct.
Okay.
6%.
Okay.
County will be responsible for abstract, prorated taxes, document preparation, and a fee to the closing agent. Pretty standard. Is there any more?
What are the fees if you don't sell, if we decide we didn't get a high enough bid? Is that spelled out in there? How do we recoup their costs if we don't make a sale?
Yeah, we've got to put a minimum in there and see if they'll go for it.
Okay.
I think is the way it's done, right?
We've got to put a minimum.
Well, so that the realty company gets something if we reject the bid.
She didn't say anything in there.
I'd say about $100 if we get 6% of that.
Makes it be a nice house.
Yeah, Al's Barber Shop is selling.
Well, I think if we receive offers, the section of code states that that the county reserves the
Still
right
have
to
the right to
reject any
refuse.
or all offers determined to be insufficient.
But she still needs to
Be
She
compensated.
needs to
Right.
get paid for her services if we reject all the bids,
Yeah.
and that isn't in the proposal.
Right.
Right.
Is there any further discussion?
Who seconded the motion? I'm sorry.
Sean?
Sean did.
I
Okay.
think
Troy
you
said Dale.
probably need to discuss the price with her and see what she, based on her expertise, see what she thinks is an appropriate price. to
She
start.
gave us a price.
Okay.
48,000.
right?
It's in the letter.
Yeah.
She just wanted to warn us that she didn't think we were gonna get her money back out of it.
Right.
Maybe a remodeling money.
So,
So if we reject anything above 48,000, we gotta pay her a commission.
probably.
Yeah. Right? So we put an asking price of 48,000 on it.
She'll probably put an asking price of 60,000
Yeah.
on it or something, and hope
Yeah.
to get 48, I don't know.
But if the best price is 30,000,
Then she'd get paid into 6% into 30.
Then we gotta make the call.
okay.
Well, what you worry about is if we got offered 30, we said no, she wouldn't get anything.
Yeah.
If she said it's worth 10, so we want the asking price real high.
So, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. John?
Aye.
Dale?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Tom? Troy votes aye. Motion carried. Okay, we have a tax director application from David Lundy.
It's gonna drive me nuts if you keep calling him that. It says David.
It's the French pronunciation, and I think his mother is a French teacher.
Oh.
And he studied French in college.
I think he was
so-
born in France.
Oh, they were in France.
Yeah,
Okay.
they were in Africa.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
They went there for medical services. Or
Anyway, I had my he was trying to tell me who he was the other day when he told me when my cows were out, and I had a hard time getting my head wrapped around that deal. I was on my Ranger rotating cows up at Everett, so I couldn't hear very good anyway. And I could tell he was a young guy. Didn't sound like David.
But that's how it's written, isn't it?
Yeah, it's spelled like his grandpa, but it's pronounced the French pronunciation. So, do you guys want to have a special meeting and visit with him, or?
I mean, damn, but it is right.
Huh?
It's spelled the same too in French.
Oh,
All right, then how do you know?
Norwegian with a French name.
Well, we can't get accused of mispronouncing his name because it's spelled David, but we just didn't know it's. I thought maybe there was supposed to be a little asterisk or one of those hyphen things above it or something.
Well, I was going to change it in my cell phone. I put his number in there after he called me.
Oh.
But Lord, I'll forget that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, got somebody that finally wanted to do the job. Should we talk to him?
Yeah. Well, okay. So what do we have in mind? Are you going to stick kind of to the budget and offer this as a 3/5 position, or?
See, we could see what he would.
Are you gonna carry another desk into the recorder's office? What are you gonna do with it?
That's designated as the tax director's office.
Okay.
/ road superintendent.
What about /DS?
Oh, for David.
Hmm?
For David, you mean?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, or even 911.
So we do really need to sit down with him and talk to him.
I mean, we could make it, I think it's a 3/5 position, but yeah, we could add to it.
Yeah.
have we talked to Wayne if he's involved in 911?
No,
I don't think he cares, but I don't know that.
I don't know.
I don't know that I care.
Let it be an emergency.
So what are your wishes, fellas?
Yeah, I don't know if it needs a special meeting, really. I mean, not
Do you want him to come to our next meeting? Is
Yeah,
that-
it seems like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Next meeting would be
I mean, we got some time now, the heat's off now. And tell Rauschenberger reads that article if it shows up in the paper after I talk to Sam Easter.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Well, the equalization meeting is over, isn't it, the states?
Yeah. No, it's August.
Coming up.
August 8th, I think, next Tuesday.
Has anybody appealed to you guys? 'Cause if they haven't, then they're not, can't appeal to the state.
No, we've had no appeals.
No.
No, we were talking about our appeal to the state.
Should we go?
Well, they haven't, Ron talked to him and he said it was okay, right?
Residential and commercial, and that's the very last page here, this page 36. Even though she says, you know, indicated change needed, that's to get it to 100%, which we don't need to do. And then I was just arguing with her over.
The ag values?
Yeah, she said that $642 was not 90% of 713. And I said, well, just divide it out. And she said, well, yeah, I see your point. So,
But, yeah, 642 was the last year's valuation, right?
no, that was the motion we passed like 2 meetings ago. Probably.
Right.
And it worked out, however we figured, what, 90.0056
Yep.
or whatever it is.
So I think we're good.
Mhm. Yep, number 4 is wrong, you know. On number 4, she says indicated change needed to reach agricultural value. I said, that number is not correct. And, you know, she still hasn't conceded, but.
So what does the language say?
Well, that the tolerance level, you know, it has to be within 90% of the 71381.
It is.
I know it is. It is.
90.06.
But somehow I think she divided it the other way around or something and got 89%, which doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So, you know, I just said, Linda, I can't figure out where this 1104 came from.
Well, it has to be within 90% of 713?
Yeah.
Well, it isn't.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
6.
Yeah, it should be.
It's 90.06.
006 or something.
No, it's not.
right, it's 90.06.
Yeah, and she tried to tell me it was 89. So,
Depends on which way you do it, you know, if you look
Yeah.
at it, if you're subtracting it from 100%, it's gonna be the 89.
yeah, but I said, no, the way the statute, or the way your minutes read, it has to be within 90% of the true and full value, which is the 713.
And if you
So
do
you
it
take
on a
90%
desk
of that,
calculator with the
713.
rounding thing.
It's within there.
But I mean, sometimes I divide a little number into the big number and then just subtract that from 100%,
Yeah.
or the other way around and get the percentage. I mean, it's.
Huh. So we're good to go.
I think so.
Okay. You're gonna put this on the next agenda
Sure,
and get a hold of him?
absolutely.
Just remember, Sam, that if you still want to do that job, you can take precedence. You are a county employee.
I'm all right.
No?
Thank
I just
you.
we want to make sure we bypassed you.
New courthouse, old courthouse?
We talked to getting the water drains. We went through that, so we're gonna get the domestic water drained, and he's gonna put RV antifreeze in the toilets and sinks, and we gotta leave the water part of it go on so it can refill the boiler. We got all that figured out here the other day when Norm and I were here.
Well, winterizing social services building if we don't get that deal done.
Do we just leave that thing heated? I don't know if it's expensive to heat or not. Yeah, good point. Don't think, I suppose that's a cement slab, so I don't suppose you can shut the water off, heat off anyway. I don't suppose there's any way to get the water, it comes through the floor. I think you'd freeze it up.
And stuff.
Well, you could shut the curb stop off outside and suck it out of there, but
Yeah. Kinda tough sometimes because this curb stop leak, you know.
Sue the city.
But yeah, those buildings that don't have a basement to get underneath are kinda hard to winterize. Real hard to winterize. Without breaking something.
anything else? Future business.
Do you want me to put the sheriff's stuff on the agenda for next meeting?
Yeah, we need better numbers.
No, I think she means appointing the sheriff.
Yeah, appointing the sheriff.
Still can't next meeting.
Huh?
We still can't next meeting.
You can't?
Yeah.
Next meeting?
Oh, yeah, we can.
Well, you would
Well,
have.
no, he's still not done until the 1st of September.
We can appoint him as of September 1st.
Yeah, you can do that.
Accept his resignation for September 1st.
So put that on there. Okay.
I talked to Sheila. She was trying to get a hold of commissioners. She could only get them one. I was able to get a hold of one as an hour or so ago or whatever. Who isn't available on Friday. So Sia said she was gonna be gone Tuesday, and Mary was gonna be gone Wednesday morning. So I trying to do something Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday.
Well, we don't need all 5 of us or them, do we?
I suppose if you're gonna hire and have it come up with an agreement, I suppose you should have boards there too.
Social services boards.
Yeah.
What for?
Well, they're the governing body of social services, aren't they? I think everybody should be there because it's gonna be something, there's gonna be business done. At least, you know,
I suppose, I
four
mean,
months together.
we're in charge of the finances of it.
Well, like I said, there's gonna have to be, if something happens, there's gonna have to be some salary negotiations and or payment to another county or whatever.
No, I know, but I don't know if the social services, whose jurisdiction is this?
I think,
Could the social services board form a district without the county commission? No. Could the county commission form a district without social services
I don't think
board
so.
approval?
Don't know.
I'm not going to look at that
I
right
don't know.
now, so I'm not kind of research, but I don't think so. I think it's best to have everybody there.
I mean, you could
I mean,
force the
that's fine.
issue. You could say unless they form the board, we're not gonna fund anything.
Right. But I don't think there'll be a problem with it.
No.
Just being, I mean, I don't know.
Well, it just makes sense for everybody. So anyway, whenever they, so we gotta have everybody, the,
Like social service board and form the commission, yeah.
Okay,
okay,
let us know.
where we're gonna have it.
In the middle of Macville?
Griggs Nelson Health District,
All right,
the big table?
That or the cafe or the school. I mean, the school's not occupied right now too. Maynard can find a spot. Maynard's in Macville.
Yeah, we can do it in the cafe too.
yeah.
I thought they wanted to do it here so that they could have that one gentleman on this TV.
Yeah, we can talk about that too.
What's that?
See if he's
I thought they
available.
wanted that.
If he's available, we'll probably have to have it down here.
One
in
gentleman
Portland,
on the
Nelson
TV.
County.
From McLean County.
Oh,
Steve Reiser.
They probably have that up at Nelson County Health District too.
Yeah, they discussed that, we've been at meetings, haven't they,
Yeah. Get a hold of Ardell and tell him he's a guest speaker and have him bring donuts.
He's gone. He's no longer commissioner.
I know.
He still likes donuts.
He does.
That's why he's a guest speaker.
Really likes donuts.
What's he gonna come with?
Fill him up the Garrison version.
Anything else?
That's full meals out there.
Sean, moved by Sean, we adjourn, is there a second? All in favor, say aye.
Yeah, that's a full
Opposed,
meal.
same sign. Meeting adjourned at 5:37 PM
The next meeting?
on this Friday, August 4th. Next meeting, August 18th.